Chapter 2336. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Bone Village? What is this place? I came from the outside. I wanted to find some treasures here. Yi Xian guessed that these people might be the ones who came here to find treasures, so he answered. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, someone from the outside? An adventurer? Humph, you're trying to trick us. A young girl stepped forward and asked Yi Xian. Even the magic treasure in her hand began to glow. No, I'm not lying to you. I really came from the outside. Humph, you're still trying to trick us. This is the 5th zone. Adventurers like you are only active in the 1st and 2nd zones. You rarely go to the 3rd zone, let alone the 5th zone. Tell us, who are you? Yi Xian did not know anything about the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd zones. I'll say it again. I came from the outside. I came to the battlefield of the overgods to find treasures here. But when I was teleported in, I came here directly. Teleported in? Directly to the 5th zone. Brother, what do you think we should do? Let's wait for the elders to decide. An older villager said. Then, Yi Xian was led forward by them. However, the further Yi Xian went, the more shocked he became. This was because what Yi Xian saw here were all titles with front crowns. Even a mere child at the deity realm actually had front crowns. Most of these people were at least in the general realm. Who were these people? Yi Xian had countless doubts in his heart. Very quickly, Yi Xian was brought to a simple village. Yes, it was a village. However, everything that was used to build this village was actually a magic treasure. Even the stone tablet erected at the entrance of the village was a rare magic treasure, just like the Buzhou mountain seal that Yi Xian used before. However, the majority of the magical treasures here were broken. Very quickly, Yi Xian was brought to a sword house that was completely built from broken swords. A few elders were gathered there. Elder, we found this suspicious person at the entrance of the village. He said he came from the outside. We couldn't confirm it, so we had to bring him here. At this time, Yi Xian was looking at the elders. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. One of the elders actually had an emperor-level title. Young man, what's your name? An elder asked Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not dare to hesitate and answered immediately, I'm Yi Xian. Oh, Yi Xian, you said that you came from the outside. So, how did you, as an explorer as you, enter the 5th zone? Even if your Lord God Master came himself, he wouldn't be able to translation even if your Lord God Realm Lord God God even Master God, Lord God 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 even God Lord God 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 translation, ye Lord God God Lord God God translation God 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 translation how translation what arrogance. Even if the Divine Master came, he would not be able to find them. Yi Xian was slightly shocked, but he did not dare to hide anything. He told them about how he had been hunted down and how he had used a teleportation talisman to come here in a moment of desperation. So that's how it is. Indeed, in the past few days, the laws of the 5th region have been loosening. If you used a random teleportation talisman, you might have been able to appear in the 5th region. Fine, since you've come, it can be considered your fate. You can stay here. Elder, I'm afraid that's not appropriate. May I ask if you know where the teleportation array is? It's better for me to leave. Yi Xian naturally did not want to stay here. After all, there were many things waiting for him outside. Ha, young man, you want to leave this place? Do you know where this is? Elder, didn't you say that this is the 5th zone? Naturally, this is also the battlefield of the sovereigns. Ha, yes, this is still the battlefield of the sovereigns. However, what do you think the 5th zone is? Do you think this is a part of the sovereign space? The elder actually laughed loudly, causing Yi Xian to be puzzled. Is that not the case? Yi Xian asked, puzzled. Of course not. Alright, I'll let you see what the 5th zone is. The elder waved his hand, and the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet suddenly disappeared. What appeared was a screen of light. Through the screen of light, Yi Xian could see everything clearly. This was actually the sky above the battlefield of the sovereigns. No, this was not the sky. Although Yi Xian could not explain it clearly, this was definitely not the sky above the battlefield of the sovereigns. However, the elder quickly answered Yi Xian's doubts. See? That is the battlefield of the sovereigns you speak of. The fifth zone does not exist. Does not exist. What did he mean? The battlefield of the sovereigns naturally did not exist in ancient times. It was because of the great war of the gods in ancient times that the current world was formed. However, during the great war of the gods, a portion of the super-experts also created secret realms of nothingness. These secret realms have no physical form, so there is no way to enter and naturally no way to leave. These secret realms are the secret realms of nothingness. The secret realms of nothingness do exist, but they also do not exist. This is a place that is blessed by the laws. It is formed by the laws. You want to leave? Ha, do you think that is possible? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He asked anxiously, but I've already entered. Why can't I leave? Yi Xian had never heard of the secret realms of nothingness. Although he believed that these people would not lie to him, Yi Xian could not be trapped here forever. I've already said that you entered purely by chance. It is because the laws have loosened. However, the loosening of the laws rarely happens even once in millions of years. Moreover, every time it happens, the length of time is uncertain. We also do not know where it will appear. So, how are you going to leave? Is there really no other way? Yi Xian was extremely unwilling. He did not want to be trapped here forever, trapped in this so-called secret realms of nothingness. Of course, it is not that there is no other way. When your front title reaches the emperor level and you master more than 6 types of laws, you will receive the title of envoy of nothingness. At that time, you will naturally be able to leave. The emperor level front title. 6 types of laws. Perhaps 6 types of laws were nothing to Yi Xian, but it was extremely difficult to obtain the emperor level front title. But at the very least, this was an opportunity. Yi Xian frowned. This time, he was really in big trouble. System, do you have any way to get out? Ding. System notification, the host is trapped in a special space. The system is unable to help. Alright, the system was unable to do anything. Could it be that Yi Xian could only be trapped here? Ding. System notification, the flow of time here is 1001. In other words, if the host stays here for 1000 years, only 1 year will pass in the outside world. The flow of time was different, but it was of no use to Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian spent a few thousand years, he was not confident that he could obtain the emperor-level front title. Chapter 2337. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. For a long time, Yi Xian pondered over this problem. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. It seemed that there was no other way to get out of this place other than obtaining the title of Envoy of the Void. As Yi Xian's understanding of this place deepened, he also knew that the people here were all remnants of the ancient times. It could be said that this place was an ancient mystic realm. However, it was a very small and special ancient mystic realm. Since there was no other way to get out of this place, Yi Xian could only try his best to become the Envoy of the Void. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had already stayed in this place for 1000 years. During this period of time, he constantly comprehended the power of the laws. This place was blessed by the laws. Sometimes, the power of the laws could even be touched by a stretch of his hand. However, the power of the laws here was complete, so Yi Xian could not obtain the power of the laws through devouring. 1000 years, an entire 1000 years, Yi Xian had finally successfully grasped the power of 4 laws. The first law was the divine talisman law that Yi Xian mastered under the guidance of an elder. This law seemed useless, but a divine talisman master who mastered the divine talisman law could create his own divine talismans and not just rely on the divine talismans left behind by his predecessors. The second law was the law of nothingness, which was also obtained under the guidance of that elder. The law of nothingness was a law unique to the nothingness secret realm. It could be said that it existed, but it could also be said that it did not exist. It was a law that everyone who lived in the nothingness secret realm would master because it did not take long to comprehend this law. Of course, the prerequisite was that one was in the nothingness secret realm. As for the third law, it was the law of space. This law gave Yi Xian the ability to teleport without limit. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. The fourth law was the law of planes. This law was related to both the law of space and the law of nothingness. After Yi Xian mastered the law of space and the law of nothingness, he accidentally mastered this law. Combined with these four laws, Yi Xian's law of devour and law of puppetry, Yi Xian now possessed the power of 6 laws. And because of the power of these 6 laws, Yi Xian also directly obtained the title of king rank. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the emperor-level title. Another 1,000 years passed. During this time, Yi Xian studied restrictions, talismans, pill refinement, and forging non-stop. Finally, Yi Xian raised his title by 1 level and reached the emperor rank title. However, the final emperor rank title took Yi Xian a full 3,000 years. And in these 3,000 years, Yi Xian's only gain was the will to fight. Yes, in these 3,000 years, Yi Xian had been constantly fighting with the people here. Facing the true God realm, Yi Xian had suppressed his own cultivation to the true God realm. Furthermore, he didn't even use the god-slaying sword, nor did he use any of the sword attendants. Facing true gods, he suppressed his cultivation to the true God realm. Fighting non-stop, using his own instincts to fight, constantly honing his will to fight. Finally, after 3,000 years, Yi Xian successfully advanced to the emperor rank title. 5,000 years. Although it was only 5 years in the outside world, Yi Xian had truly experienced 5,000 years. Finally, he had become the envoy of nothingness. It was time to say goodbye. It was time to leave the 5th district. Other than Yi Xian, no one else knew of the existence of this place. The nothingness secret territory, the mysterious secret territory. Yi Xian, think carefully. Once you leave this place, even if you know that we are here, you won't be able to return. Are you sure you want to leave? The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with reluctance. After 5,000 years, Yi Xian and the Grand Elder had formed a deep friendship. Grand Elder, don't worry. You said that as long as I have the venerable rank title and master some special laws, I can return. I have my reasons for leaving, but I believe that I will return here sooner or later. Alright, since you've made up your mind, you can leave. Below is the battlefield of the Masters of Gods that you speak of. You've projected down before, so I'm sure you've gained a lot. Since you're ready to leave, I'll take your projection to the mysterious place in the 1st district. Treat it as a parting gift for you. Projecting down was a special saying in the Void Realm. After grasping the laws of nothingness, those in the Void Realm could use their projection to descend to the battlefield of the Masters of Gods. It could be said that the damaged artifacts in the village had been collected from the battlefield when they were bored. Of course, as they could not leave, they could only throw these things away. This was also why the 3 men and 2 women knew about the adventurers when Yi Xian first arrived. In reality, those in the Void Realm had always been using their invisible eyes to observe everything that happened on the battlefield of the Masters of Gods. Very soon, the Grand Elder brought Yi Xian to a mysterious place through projection. The surroundings were sealed by chaotic laws, so without the Grand Elder's guidance, Yi Xian probably would not have discovered this place. Yi Xian, let's go. What we can discover and what we can obtain will all depend on your own luck. The power of the laws here is extremely chaotic. Once your mirror image is broken, you can only return empty-handed. Yi Xian nodded. Without hesitation, he entered directly. Perhaps others would need to spend a lot of time or choose, but Yi Xian did not need to. He did not care what was inside. He could just absorb it all into his devouring space. Others were afraid of the chaotic laws and did not dare to absorb them casually, but Yi Xian was not afraid. At most, he could just create a place in his devouring space for the chaotic laws to stay. As such, Yi Xian left quickly and returned quickly as well. The Grand Elder did not ask any questions. Instead, he watched as Yi Xian made his way to the edge of the Void's secret realm. After becoming an envoy of nothingness, the greatest difference was that a light screen would form around one's body. As long as the light screen reached the edge of the Void's secret realm, it would become the best concealment method. Yes, the protective laws of the Void realm would not attack. When Yi Xian stepped out, he had already appeared in the air above the true battlefield of the Masters of Gods. Yi Xian raised his head. There was nothing but nothingness. No matter what methods he used, he couldn't find anything here. However, Yi Xian knew that above him, there was a group of people who had lived with him for 5,000 years. They were watching him silently. Moreover, his raised head might remain there for a long time. After all, the difference in the flow of time was huge. Yi Xian turned around. Without hesitation, he flew off into the distance. Within the Void's secret realm, Yi Xian had already found the exit. Chapter 2338. As for the Master God battlefield, Yi Xian did not say that there was anything worth remembering. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. The only thing that made Yi Xian remember was the people in the Void's secret realm. He did not know how many more Void's secret realms there were in the God realm, but Yi Xian knew that there was a Void's secret realm in the Kunlun God domain, a Void's secret realm that he had lived in for 5,000 years. Yi Xian had disappeared for 5 years, and many people were saying that Yi Xian might have died. After all, he had offended the Li family, so how could the Li family let him go? In the God realm, 5 years was not a long time. After all, some gods could cultivate in seclusion for millions of years. However, Yi Xian had suddenly stopped in the middle of his continuous challenges, and then went silent. It was inevitable that people would suspect that he had been killed by the Li family. Of course, to most people, Yi Xian's life and death was not something they cared about. Therefore, Yi Xian's disappearance would not change the slightest bit in the Kunlun God domain. The previous experience made Yi Xian understand that he was no match for the Li family, but at the same time, Yi Xian knew that the Li family and he would not rest until one of them was dead. This time, Yi Xian did not return to the Kunlun God domain immediately. Instead, he found Fian and the Divine Talisman race and asked them to return to the Divine Talisman race temporarily. This was because Yi Xian's next move might really force the Li family into a corner. Fian and the others naturally would not reject Yi Xian's arrangement, and they would not even ask any questions. After making arrangements for Fian and the others, Yi Xian spent half a year collecting information about the Li family. Of course, this also included the Li family's subsidiary families. At this time, Yi Xian was holding a jade talisman in his hand. This jade talisman contained all the information he had collected about the Li family. Yi Xian could not use the resources he had brought back from the battlefield of the Lords of Gods because they contained chaotic power of laws. He could not be bothered with them, so he threw them into the devouring space. He would find time to get more of them later. Now, Yi Xian was looking for trouble with the Li family. Among the affiliated families of the Li family, there were 3 sects, 4 factions, and 5 clans. These 12 forces were the most powerful among the affiliated forces of the Li family and were the most helpful to the Li family. Yi Xian's goal this time was very simple. Before he left home, he had to deal with the 3 sects, 4 factions, and 5 great clans. Remove the Li family's minions one by one. Ding! System notification, data recording complete. Following the system's notification, Yi Xian casually crushed the jade talisman. In Yi Xian's opinion, it was more reliable to leave the information with the system. Ding! System notification. Based on the host's current strength, it is recommended that the host set his first target as the Chi family. Chi family. System, tell me the general situation of the Chi family. Ding. System notification. The Chi family is one of the affiliated forces of the Li family. They mainly operate 3 god crystal mines, a divine beast farm, and a divine beast hunting chamber of commerce. They provide the Li family with countless resources. The Qi family's patriarch is a divine king. In addition, the Qi family has 72 divine monarchs. Yi Xian nodded. With Yi Xian's current strength, he could indeed kill a divine king and 72 divine monarchs. Since that was the case, he would start with the Qi family. The Qi family's 3 major ore veins produced a large amount of divine realm ores, and the quality was quite good. Moreover, these 3 ore veins had many associated ores, which had always been the focus of the Qi family's operations. It could be said that each ore vein was heavily guarded by the Qi family. On this day, a young man came to the Qi family's mines. You want to be recruited to mine ores? Yes, I know the rules of the Qi family's mines. 1% of the profits can be taken away. I want to save some divine realm crystals and go home to marry a wife. This young man was dressed very ordinarily, and his appearance was also very bashful. Hee, interesting. Alright, you can go. This is your identity token. Since you know the rules of the Qi family's mines, you should also know that once you enter, you can't leave for 100 years. Understand? Yes, of course I understand. There are several uncles in our town working in the Qi family's mines. The young man said confidently. It's good that you know. Go in. Who else could this young man be but Yi Xian? When Yi Xian walked in, he could clearly hear the voice of the Qi family's guards behind him. That silly boy, he actually volunteered to work in the mines. I heard that the last batch of slaves are almost all dead. As for those who volunteer to work in the mines, it's even rarer. I didn't think that there would be a fool willing to go in. If this brat is lucky, he might really be able to come out alive. Didn't our Qi family change the rules? As long as one is willing to join, the treatment will be improved. Who knows, he might really be able to come out alive. When that happens, it will be great. How could it be so easy to earn enough divine crystals to leave the Qi family's divine crystal mine? The Qi family had the backing of the Li family, so when they did things, they were very domineering. If it wasn't for the strict management of the divine master Mi Li, the Qi family would probably still send slaves to work in the mines. As for the slaves, everyone knew that it was already good enough that half of them were real slaves. As for the rest, most of them were secretly captured. The mine Yi Xian was going to was the Qi family's largest mine. There were more than 300,000 miners inside. Every day, these miners were required to mine a certain amount of ores. If they didn't complete the task, they would be beaten, scolded, or even executed. Most of these miners were only deities. It could be said that they couldn't resist at all. Once they entered the mine, almost no one could survive 100 years. Of course, Yi Xian didn't say that he was going to let them mine. From the moment he entered, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. This time, he was only going to set up restrictions. He wanted to make the Qi family's mine disappear completely. If it weren't for the many innocent people inside, Yi Xian wouldn't have even bothered to sneak in. 3 days later, Yi Xian finished setting up the restrictions. Then, he set up a dozen teleportation portals at the same time. The location of these teleportation portals was shockingly the Lin Feng realm. Before Yi Xian arrived, he had already informed the Lin Feng realm that they would be ready to receive these people at any time. Then, Yi Xian had the 1,000 Beast Sword attendants and Blossom Sword attendants all go out and spread the news. He then led the miners out of the teleportation portals. As for the guards, to Yi Xian, silently exterminating these guards was only a matter of a single sentence. The 6-syllable mantra and the death symbol incantation were no joke. What happened inside the mine was completely unknown to the people outside. Without anyone noticing, the 300,000 people inside the mine were secretly moved away by Yi Xian. Only when everything was ready did Yi Xian swagger out of the room. The Qi family had more than 10,000 people stationed here, but none of them noticed Yi Xian's actions. Chapter 2339. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The divine crystal mine that the Qi clan had been operating for many years disappeared just like that. 135794. 6810 GGGGGD. Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, the entire divine crystal mine was blown up into nothingness. It could be said that the Qi clan would have to pay a great price if they wanted to reopen this mine. However, the Qi clan didn't even have time to react from the first explosion before a second one rang out. Their second divine crystal mine was turned into ruins once more. The Qi clan was furious. Who was it? Who was it that was going against the Qi clan? However, there was no news. No one could find out who was behind this. Helpless, the Qi clan could only mobilize a large number of people to reinforce the last divine crystal mine. After all, if the last divine crystal mine was destroyed, the Qi clan would suffer a great loss. It wasn't impossible for them to not be able to recover from this setback. Yi Xian looked at the divine crystal mine from afar. At this time, the surroundings of the divine crystal mine were densely packed with countless restrictions. The Qi clan's disciples were patrolling back and forth, making it seem as if no one could enter the mine. However, Yi Xian waved his hand and his figure disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian swaggered into the divine crystal mine. No matter how the people around him searched, they couldn't find Yi Xian's whereabouts. The concealment function of the wings of the gods wasn't something that could be broken just like that. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the interior of the divine crystal mine. It was almost the same as the previous two times. Yi Xian directly set up restrictions and then set up a teleportation formation, preparing to send the miners away. However, the Qi clan had suffered 2 losses already. How could they not be prepared this time? In fact, the Qi clan's people had long been lying in ambush among the miners. As soon as Yi Xian made a move, the Qi clan immediately took action. More than 30 experts from the Qi clan directly appeared beside Yi Xian, not giving Yi Xian a chance to escape. The Qi clan actually set up such a trap and waited for Yi Xian to take the bait. So it's you. Brat, who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my Qi family? Someone stepped forward and asked Yi Xian. It was obvious that he was very angry. Who are you? Yi Xian did not answer the man's question. Instead, he asked about the man's identity. Brat, I'm the Qi family's patriarch, Qi Chen. Don't tell me you didn't investigate before finding trouble with my Qi family? Qi Chen's gaze towards Yi Xian was already filled with monstrous killing intent. Why do I have to know who you are? So what if he was the patriarch of the Qi family? Originally, I was prepared to spare your life, but I didn't expect that you would seek death yourself. Brat, don't be too arrogant. You dare to say such words. I think you're the one courting death. What are you all waiting for? Go. Take down this damned bastard. Qi Chen ordered loudly. He hated Yi Xian to the core. After all, the losses that Yi Xian had caused to the Qi family were simply incalculable. Following Qi Chen's order, 2 powerhouses from the Qi family attacked without hesitation. Needless to say, these 2 people were both low-grade divine lords. Logically speaking, they should be relatively strong. The 2 of them joined hands and directly charged towards Yi Xian. However, a scene that caused everyone to be alarmed appeared. Yi Xian had only casually swung his sword twice, but the 2 powerful rays of light instantly killed the 2 Qi family powerhouses. Yes, it was an instant kill. The 2 Qi family powerhouses did not even have the ability to fight back. They were killed with a single slash. What was this? Everyone looked at Yi Xian with astonishment. Yi Xian was only a divine lord. How could he instantly kill the Qi family's powerhouses who were also divine lords? How did he do it? For a moment, no one dared to continue attacking. However, just because the Qi family didn't take the initiative to attack didn't mean that Yi Xian wouldn't either. The current Yi Xian was, at the very least, a super expert with the title of Emperor level. Crushing an opponent of the same level wouldn't be the slightest bit troublesome. Deity slaying slash. Yi Xian waved his hand and the god-slaying sword in his hand immediately erupted with 7 rays of light. Without a doubt, 7 Qi family powerhouses were killed. These powerhouses who were also divine lords couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. You. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such strong combat strength? What enmity does my Qi family have with you? Why do you want to exterminate my Qi family? Qi Chen stared at Yi Xian. The current Qi Chen was already terrified of Yi Xian. At the beginning, Qi Chen had felt disdain for Yi Xian because he was only a divine lord. Now, there was only endless fear in his heart. How was this a combat strength that a low-level divine lord could possess? Not to mention a fellow low-level divine lord powerhouse, even a middle-level divine lord powerhouse did not even have the slightest chance to fight back in front of him. Killed with a single slash. It was as if these divine lord powerhouses weren't worthy of Yi Xian's second slash. Every time he attacked, he only needed 1 slash. However, this 1 slash was enough to kill all his opponents. The Qi family's members were forced to retreat as soon as they exchanged blows with Yi Xian. Damn it, damn it. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such strong combat strength? Stop right there. Boom. A berserk force was transmitted out, finally stopping Yi Xian's madness. However, in that split second, more than 30 experts of the Qi family had been killed by 2/3. At the moment, there were only a dozen people left around Qi Chen. Furthermore, it was obvious that these people were terrified of Yi Xian. How was this a battle? This was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Ding. System notification, target specified, Grade 8 Mid-Level Divine Lord. A Grade 8 Mid-Level Divine Lord. Qi Chen's strength was considered decent. However, it was obvious that this wasn't enough in front of Yi Xian. At the moment, Qi Chen was about to go crazy. This guy who had appeared out of nowhere had targeted the Qi family without asking why. It would have been fine if this guy's strength had been average. However, the key was that this guy's strength was incomparably strong. Killing existences of the same level was as simple as chopping vegetables. Qi Chen stopped his subordinates from attacking and looked at Yi Xian again. He no longer had his previous arrogance. Instead, he asked in a slightly restrained manner, "Who exactly are you? What grudges do you have with the Qi family? If I remember correctly, the Qi family doesn't know you. Why are you causing trouble for the Qi family?" Yi Xian smiled faintly and said indifferently, "That's right. The Qi family doesn't have any grudges with me. However, you've sided with the wrong person." Sided with the wrong person? Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Who has the Qi family sided with? Chapter 2340. What? Are you going to abandon the Li family to save your life? Didn't you seek refuge with the Li family? The Li family? Sir, you must be mistaken. Although our Qi family has dealings with the Li family, we can only be considered as business partners at most, not allies. 1357924. If you have a grudge with the Li family, you can go find the Li family. Why are you looking for trouble with my Qi family? This guy is about to die, but he still wants to quibble. Does he really think Yi Xian is so easy to fool? Deity slaying slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian swung his sword and killed a member of the Qi family without any explanation. Then, he said indifferently, "What? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Or do you think your acting skills are really good? Yi Xian won't kill innocent people, but that doesn't mean he's a soft-hearted person." Sir, what do you mean? When did I lie to you? Looks like you still don't want to give up. Fine, I'll make an exception today and start a massacre. Yi Xian gestured and prepared to attack again. Who knew that this time, Qi-Chen couldn't hold back anymore. Although Qi-Chen had a higher cultivation, Yi Xian's fighting strength was much stronger. If the two of them really fought, they wouldn't be able to do anything to each other. Therefore, Qi-Chen didn't dare to attack Yi Xian. Because unlike Yi Xian, Qi-Chen still had the Qi family holding him back. Unless Qi-Chen was prepared to completely give up on the Qi family, he couldn't say that he could face Yi Xian so calmly. Wait. I admit that our Qi family is indeed dependent on the Li family. However, in this world where the strong preys on the weak, if we don't rely on the Li family and use the Li family's strength to intimidate our enemies, I'm afraid our enemies would have already killed us. However, even if we rely on the Li family, so what? If you have any grudges with the Li family, you can go directly to them. Why are you looking for trouble with my Qi family? Qi-Chen was very excited. Yi Xian was powerful, but it was only because they were attached to the Li family that he was looking for trouble with them. This was simply unacceptable, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Alright, I'll give your Qi family a chance to choose. From now on, you withdraw from the Li family alliance and publicly announce that you will no longer have anything to do with the Li family. If so, I can spare your Qi family. Otherwise, I'll let your entire Qi family live in fear forever. Was this Yi Xian's true goal? To force the Qi family to withdraw from the alliance with the Li family? Would the Qi family dare to do such a thing? After all, doing so was undoubtedly equivalent to offending the Li clan. Qi-Chen hesitated. He looked at Yi Xian but couldn't answer for a long time. However, he also knew that delaying like this wouldn't solve the problem. In the end, he compromised. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I promise you that the Qi family will withdraw from the alliance with the Li family and make an announcement." Qi-Chen didn't have a choice. If he didn't agree, who knew what Yi Xian would do to the Qi family? Even if he agreed and made an announcement, he could tell the Li family about what happened today when the Li family's people came. Then, the Li family wouldn't find trouble with the Qi family. Qi-Chen thought that his idea was very correct. However, he didn't know that he was still being schemed against by Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't care whether the Li family's affiliated families were sincere in betraying the Li family or not. As long as they made a public announcement, it was enough. The Qi family's announcement of betrayal naturally attracted the attention of many forces. However, what the Qi family didn't expect was that the Li family didn't give them any chance to explain. The moment they made a move, they suppressed the Qi family. The Qi family didn't die at the hands of Yi Xian. Instead, they all died at the hands of the Li family. Perhaps the Li family was just trying to establish their prestige so that the affiliated families wouldn't follow the Qi family's example. Unfortunately, by doing so, they'd already fallen into Yi Xian's trap. 3 months later, Yi Xian forced another small family to announce their withdrawal from the Li family's alliance. Without any suspense, the Li family went all out to suppress them again. In just 3 months, the Li family directly suppressed 2 families. All of a sudden, the Li family's affiliated families were in danger. They didn't know which family would be the next to be suppressed by the Li family. In addition, Yi Xian deliberately created a rumor that spread among the Li family's affiliated families. The Li family was preparing to annex all the affiliated families to strengthen their own strength. Yes, it was just a small piece of news. It could be said that this rumor was full of loopholes and wasn't worth believing at all. However, the Li family's affiliated families still believed it. Yi Xian cleverly used people's hearts. Yi Xian knew that the Li family's affiliated families had been under the Li family's rule for a long time. In fact, they were ready to move and would be on guard against the Li family at any time. However, the Li family's suppression of the affiliated families didn't dispel the doubts in their hearts. On the contrary, it made them even more afraid of the Li family and even more vigilant against them. Yi Xian was slowly tearing apart the Li family's power and making it collapse bit by bit. Of course, there were also some factions that were loyal to the Li family. For such factions, there was only one fate. The Heaven Domination sect was one of the Li family's affiliated sections. It was also one of the more powerful sects among the 3 sects, 4 groups, and 5 great families. This time, Yi Xian went to find this sect. The Heaven Domination sect was different from the Qi family. This was a pure sect. All the disciples were focused on increasing their strength. Once they were strong enough, many of them would serve the Li family and become their hired thugs. The Heaven Domination sect's strength was very concentrated. Apart from the disciples who were recruited by the Li family, all the disciples of the Heaven Domination sect were gathered in the sect to cultivate. Today, Yi Xian came to the Heaven Domination sect, ready to gnaw on this tough bone. Stop, this is the Heaven Domination sect. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. A disciple blocked Yi Xian's path, not allowing Yi Xian to continue. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and a sword light shot out. He didn't even bother to explain before he killed the disciple. Damn it, how dare you kill a disciple of the Heaven Domination sect? I think you're tired of living. The other disciples of the Heaven Domination sect issued an alarm while charging towards Yi Xian on the other side. Yi Xian didn't care so much. If 1 came, he would kill 1. If 2 came, he would kill a pair. He didn't even say a word from the start. Ding! System notification, a strong killing intent has been detected. The host is advised to evade immediately. Chapter 2341. Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. His figure flashed and he immediately stood there. By the time the experts from the Heaven Domination sect arrived, Yi Xian was already gone. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian launched another surprise attack from another direction. After all, there were only a few experts from the Heaven Domination sect. To Yi Xian, even if they were ordinary low-level divine monarchs, Yi Xian wouldn't care about them. As a result, Yi Xian continued his slaughter, but the people from the Heaven Domination sect couldn't do anything to him. Yi Xian's slaughter continued, and the elders of the Heaven Domination sect could only run for their lives. However, the corpses of the ordinary disciples that Yi Xian killed were all absorbed into Yi Xian's devouring space. After all, Yi Xian had a grudge with the Li family, but he didn't have any grudges with the ordinary disciples of the Heaven Domination sect. Hence, if there was a chance in the future, Yi Xian would revive them. One side was the one initiating the attack, and he was alone. He could go wherever he wanted. As for the other side, they could only defend themselves. One was in the light, one was in the dark. It was obvious who had the upper hand. The people from the Heaven Domination sect were in a frenzy, but they couldn't do anything. Yi Xian didn't even know how many disciples he had killed. Finally, all the disciples of the Heaven Domination sect hid in the main hall. Only then did Yi Xian's slaughter stop. However, when Yi Xian saw the people from the Heaven Domination sect hiding in the main hall, he turned around and left without any hesitation. After all, there were many other powers that could cause trouble for him. Yi Xian wouldn't waste all his time on a small sect like the Heaven Domination sect. As time passed, Yi Xian's slaughter continued. The 3 sects, 4 factions, and 5 great families could be said to have Yi Xian knocking on their doors one by one. These subordinates of the Li family were either forced out of the Li family by Yi Xian and then suppressed by the Li family, or like the Heaven Domination sect, they were forced to hole up in a small area, unable to move. It could be said that almost all the affiliated forces of the Li family had collapsed. The people of the Li family knew very well that someone was against them, but they didn't know who it was. Yi Xian was like a ghost, moving around the Li family. No matter how many traps the Li family set up to lure Yi Xian into the trap, it was completely useless. These traps either did not wait for Yi Xian to appear, or they waited for Yi Xian to destroy them. All of a sudden, the entire Li family was in a state of panic, and no one dared to go out. As for the affiliated families of the Li family, it was even more difficult. If they continued to follow the Li family, then they would have to face the continuous attacks of the Yi Xian. However, if they dared to betray the Li family, then they would face a great disaster. Perhaps only Yi Xian could force an ancient family into such a miserable state by himself. After all, with the system at hand, Yi Xian was able to evade capture time and time again, and he could also discover the real weakness of the enemy's defense. However, no matter how careful Yi Xian was, there were still times when he made a mistake. On this day, Yi Xian randomly found a target, activated the concealment function of the wings of the gods, and walked forward. During this period of time, he had carried out such an attack too many times, so he was already familiar with it. Yi Xian's target this time was a small stronghold of the Li family. Yi Xian had already investigated the number of people in this stronghold. There were only 13 disciples of the Li family and a few servants. Therefore, Yi Xian was prepared to destroy this stronghold directly. Normally, this was a very simple matter, and there shouldn't be any accidents. However, with Yi Xian's continuous actions, how could the Li family say that they didn't have any tricks up their sleeves? In fact, this stronghold was a trap. The Li family had paid a huge price to set up a concealment restriction in this stronghold. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would probably be able to see through such a restriction at a glance. However, Yi Xian was a little numb to his recent victories. Therefore, he made a mistake this time. Yi Xian directly barged into the stronghold. He didn't care about anything else and immediately started killing. Yi Xian didn't know how many of these low-level disciples he had killed during this period of time. However, all of a sudden, a strong pressure suddenly erupted. This pressure was so strong that Yi Xian had no choice but to stop in his tracks. Yi Xian stared fixedly at the core of the stronghold. At this moment, Yi Xian finally saw that it was a concealment restriction. Damn it! I was careless this time. Yi Xian said in annoyance. Re-1R however, it was too late to say this now. 3 figures rushed out of the restriction. 2 of them were mid-level divine lords, while the other was a high-level divine lord. You're Yi Xian. Suddenly, the high-level divine lord guy looked at Yi Xian and said in surprise. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that he would actually meet someone who knew him. So what if I am? Yi Xian, what did my Li family do to provoke you? Why do you have to harass my Li family like this? If you have the ability, then come out. What kind of ability is it to secretly attack my Li family's subsidiary family? Unexpectedly, that person became angry when he heard Yi Xian admit it. Yi Xian glanced coldly at that person but didn't pay him any attention. He wasn't stupid. The Li family was strong and had countless experts. Yi Xian wasn't even worth mentioning in front of the Li family. If they really faced off, then Yi Xian had no chance of winning. Therefore, Yi Xian could only weaken the Li family's strength step by step. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, then prepare to die. Yi Xian didn't care about what that person had to say. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000 beasts sword servants and deity flower sword servants rushed out. The moment they appeared, they summoned their divine mounts and the deity flower sword servants. At the same time, Yi Xian also rushed forward with the Godslayer in hand. Yi Xian, you're courting death. How dare you offend my Li family? You'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. I didn't expect that the person who attacked my Li family during this period of time was you, you damn thing. However, today, I'll kill you with my own hands. The person said arrogantly. High-rank Divine Lord Realm Cultivation indeed gave him the qualifications to say such words. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong person. System, devour all the resources I've collected during this period of time. Today, I'll let this guy know what despair is. Yi Xian had naturally obtained a lot of resources during this period of battle. However, Yi Xian didn't devour them. Instead, he kept them. In addition to the resources produced by devouring the space, it could be said that Yi Xian now had a large amount of resources to devour. Previously, Yi Xian hadn't leveled up because he was too lazy to do so. After all, there wasn't a decent opponent. However, today, Yi Xian needed to devour those resources. As countless resources were devoured, the system's notification sounded. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a low-level 7th grade Divine Lord. He had broken through several levels in a row. However, this was the result of Yi Xian accumulating resources over a long period of time. It could be said that this was Yi Xian's accumulation eruption. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was still somewhat dissatisfied. He originally thought that he could break through to the mid-level Divine Lord in one go. Chapter 2342. You actually broke through. How is that possible? Could it be that you were hiding your true strength? Good, Yi Xian. You really are a genius. How long has it been since you joined the Kunlun realm? You actually improved so much. However, you shouldn't have offended our Li family. I will give you a chance now. If you are willing to submit to the Li family, then we can let bygones be bygones and pretend that nothing happened. How about it? Were they trying to recruit Yi Xian? Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't accept it at all. He was just a mere Li clan, yet he wanted to subdue Yi Xian. He was thinking too much. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD, you want me to submit to the Li family? Do you have the qualifications? Such arrogance, Yi Xian, who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous? The Li family is an ancient aristocratic family. How can you imagine our strength? What, do you think that you can challenge the authority of the Li family by harassing our subordinate families? To tell you the truth, these subordinate families are just dogs that the Li family raised. The Li family has always followed the principle of the main family being strong. We have casually raised a few subordinate families and never paid attention to them. In fact, even if all the subordinate families were combined, they would not be able to match up to a single branch family of the Li family. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, do you really think that you have any influence on the Li family? You're just a clown. As long as any of the elders of the Li family notices you, you will die without a burial place. Since we are both disciples of the Kunlun realm, I will give you a chance today. Join the Li family and I will guarantee your safety. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. This person was also a disciple of the Kunlun realm. But how could Yi Xian listen to his nonsense? No matter how strong the Li family was, Yi Xian wouldn't care. Are you done with your nonsense? Yi Xian pulled out the god-slaying sword, not wanting to waste any more words with this guy. Humph, arrogant brat, since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. You too, what are you waiting for? Go! Yi Xian, today, I will show you the strength of the Li family's main family disciples. In an instant, the two mid-level Divine Sovereign Realm guys pounced on Yi Xian. Ding! System notification, target has been set, 3rd grade General Middle Class Divine Lord. Ding, system, middle-level Divine Sovereign Divine Realm. They turned out to be two guys with titles in the general realm. It seems that the Li family really has some secret methods to improve their strength. One had to know that it wasn't a simple matter to obtain the title of Front Crown. Slaying slash. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly slashed out with his sword. However, who would have thought that this time, his attack didn't have the slightest effect. The two of them were extremely agile and were even proficient in combination attacks. Yi Xian's attack was actually easily blocked by them. Yi Xian, is that all you have? If that's the case, then you can go to hell. Behind the two people, the expert said calmly, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Was this the true strength of the Li family's disciples? Could it be that Yi Xian's previous actions were really like what this person said? That no one in the Li family cared about it at all? But so what? Today, Yi Xian was going to kill these three people. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form. In an instant, Wei Zhentian immediately changed. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that this time, another god-slaying sword appeared in Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. Yes, it was the god-slaying sword. He didn't expect Wei Zhintian to be able to transform into the god-slaying sword. The power of the god-slaying sword was needless to say. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly chose Wei Zhintian's form. System, how many devour points do I need to fix Wei Zhintian's god-slaying sword form? Ding. System notification, fixing Wei Zhintian's god-slaying sword form requires 5 devour points. 5 devour points. That's not much. System, use faith points to exchange for 5 devour points. I want to have Wei Zhintian's god-slaying sword form. Ding. Host used faith points to exchange for 5 devour points successfully. Ding. Wei Zhintian's god-slaying sword form has been successfully fixed. Ding. System notification, Wei Zhintian is the weapon spirit of the god-slaying sword. Therefore, he can control both god-slaying swords at the same time. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with this result. However, it was obvious that there was still a difference between the two god-slaying swords. Yi Xian's own god-slaying sword could be upgraded, but the god-slaying sword that Wei Zhintian had transformed into couldn't be upgraded at all. Re-1R, Wei Zhintian, I'll leave the god-slaying sword to you. Kill them. In an instant, the two identical god-slaying swords rushed toward the two people under Wei Zhintian's control. Wei Zhintian controlled both god-slaying swords at the same time without any hindrance. Yi Xian was very happy that Wei Zhintian's weapon form had turned into a god-slaying sword. However, he also had some other thoughts. The god-slaying sword seemed to be unable to keep up with Yi Xian's battle rhythm. Although the god-slaying sword could still suppress the enemy, this advantage seemed to be less obvious as Yi Xian's level increased. Compared to Yi Xian's increasingly powerful enemies, Yi Xian was facing more and more powerful enemies. It seemed that it was time to upgrade the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword could devour resources to achieve the purpose of upgrading. However, because Yi Xian did not have enough resources for himself, he did not consider upgrading the god-slaying sword. However, it now seemed that upgrading the god-slaying sword was imminent. Moreover, Yi Xian realized that once Wei Zhintian controlled the god-slaying sword to fight, Yi Xian could only fight with his bare hands. This was not the result Yi Xian wanted. Yi Xian had to solve this problem as well. Of course, these problems could only be solved one step at a time. Yi Xian did not expect to complete all of them in one go. The two god-slaying swords continued to attack in the air. They were actually evenly matched with the two Li family disciples. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be stronger than the rumors say. It seems that if I don't do it myself, I won't be able to do anything to you. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was the young master of the Li family, who had not made any moves. As soon as he finished speaking, the young master of the Li family had already launched an attack. He threw out a special magic treasure that was shaped like a crescent moon. In an instant, it formed a special domain. Chapter 2343. Yi Xian, to be able to witness my moonlight field, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. There's no need to struggle in vain. In my moonlight field, your cultivation will be constantly suppressed and whittled away. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, that person said proudly. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding. System notification, detected that the host is in a special field. His cultivation is dropping rapidly. Ding. Host's cultivation has dropped to 7th grade Spirit Monarch. Ding. Host's cultivation has dropped to 7th grade King Spirit Monarch. What's going on? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. Re-1R system, analyze the moonlight field. I want to see how this field can suppress my cultivation. Ding. System notification, analyzing data. Analysis successful. Ding. The moonlight field absorbs the rare moonlight of the realm of the gods as its source of energy. It has an extremely strong corrosive ability. In the moonlight field, the source of the moonlight will constantly corrode any energy, whether it's divine power or the power of the laws. The source of the moonlight will slowly corrode and continuously reduce the opponent's strength. Moonlight source. Yi Xian knew that in the realm of the gods, there were almost no nights because of the existence of the 10 suns. However, this did not mean that there was no night. In fact, there were indeed a few minutes of moonlight every day. However, those few minutes had long been forgotten by people. Who would have thought that the young master of the Leaf family would actually cultivate something like the source of the moonlight? Only a few minutes a day. To cultivate something like that required a lot of perseverance. Moreover, without some special opportunity, it would be impossible to achieve anything in one's lifetime. Yi Xian had seen many powers of the laws, but this was the first time he had seen one that used moonlight. Yi Xian's strength was constantly being corroded and decreased. Yi Xian knew that it would be impossible for him to defeat this guy, at least for today. You're not bad. It seems that I've underestimated the Li family. Well then, let's call it a day. Wei Zhentian, come back. Along with Yi Xian's words, the god-slaying sword and Wei Zhentian returned to Yi Xian's side at the same time. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. Damn it, it's the power of the space law. This Yi Xian actually grasped the power of the space law. Chase after him. We must kill this guy. Seeing Yi Xian's figure gradually disappear, how could the Li family's young master not understand what had happened? However, he still couldn't understand why Yi Xian had grasped the power of the laws of space. There were many different kinds of laws. The most common ones were the laws of time, the laws of space, the laws of life, the laws of 5 elements, etc. These were the most common powers of law. Although they were the easiest to cultivate, they were also the most difficult to cultivate successfully. Why did so many people choose unpopular or even useless nomological laws to cultivate? The fundamental reason was because of the difficulty of the process. The rarer a law was, the easier it was to cultivate it successfully. This was also considered a balance. Therefore, although everyone knew about the laws of space, there were very few people who truly grasped it. On the other hand, those unknown laws were the most common. For example, the law of moonlight that the Li family's young master cultivated. Wasn't it a relatively unimportant law power? At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the power of teleportation to quickly leave the moonlight domain. Although the moonlight domain had a powerful corrosive ability, its power was actually only average. After Yi Xian left, he started to ponder. It seemed that the Li family's affiliated families and people he had encountered earlier weren't the Li family's core strength at all. Could it be that the Li family was really that powerful? During this period of slaughter, Yi Xian had killed countless disciples of the Li family and its affiliated families. However, Yi Xian's sharp senses told him that this was simply a waste of time. Killing those ordinary disciples wouldn't bring Yi Xian any benefits at all. Instead, it would be a waste of Yi Xian's time. It seemed that this kind of operation could only be put on hold for now. To deal with a colossus like the Li family, it wasn't that easy to eliminate them. They could only take it one step at a time. Yi Xian directly returned to the Kunlun mirror. Since the Li family was temporarily out of the picture, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. In that case, he might as well go to the mysterious lake to level up first. Moreover, Yi Xian had to hurry up and improve his strength because the Divine Master Arena was getting closer and closer. Although there was no fixed time for the Divine Master Arena to be held, since Mi Yan had already sought out Yi Xian, it was obvious that the Divine Master Arena would be held soon. It might even be held at the very next moment. It wasn't impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian had to improve his strength as much as possible before the Divine Master Arena was held. System, send me to the mysterious lake. The mysterious lake, Yi Xian's personal training ground, and the purple and golden blood were always giving off an unusual feeling. However, Yi Xian still didn't know what secrets were hidden there. Ding! System notification, teleportation activated. Ding! Teleportation successful. This time, Yi Xian came to the mysterious lake. It didn't seem to be any different from the previous times he came here. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't waste any time and immediately started looking for his target. With the notification of Yi Xian's strength, the divine beasts around the mysterious lake were no longer enough to satisfy Yi Xian's appetite. It could be said that these divine beasts posed no threat to Yi Xian at all. Therefore, Yi Xian began to move forward in search of higher-level divine beasts to be his opponent. Even though Yi Xian had been to the mysterious lake several times, he still didn't understand what was going on. The divine beasts here were generally of a very high level. Moreover, many of them had special abilities. In addition, killing these divine beasts would give him a drop of golden blood, which made this place seem even more extraordinary. A large number of high-level divine beasts gathered together and the mysterious lake gave this place a strange feeling. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all, even though he knew very well that there was definitely something wrong with this place. To Yi Xian, the only use of this place was as a training ground. Yes, this is a good target. It suits the current me. Yi Xian nodded. This time, the target that swordsman Wan Xuan brought back for Yi Xian was a little special. Strictly speaking, he couldn't be called a divine beast anymore. Instead, he was an existence similar to a spiritual god. This was a spiritual god that cultivated from a plant. Its realm had even reached the mid-tier 6th stage Divine Lord realm. Although Yi Xian was currently only a low-tier Divine Lord realm, he was still a super existence with the title of Emperor realm. Chapter 2344. Yi Xian released his divine telekinesis. At the same time, he ordered the system, detect this target. Ding. Detecting the target, detection successful. Ding. System notification, target Thousand Vines Supremacy, 6th stage Divine Lord. Thousand Vines Supremacy was originally an ancient spiritual vine that grew around the mysterious lake. As time passed, Thousand Vines Supremacy absorbed the mysterious lake's energy and evolved into its current form. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, ding. System notification, host, please take note. The target has a special ability. Host is advised to avoid fighting with it. The system suddenly added, causing Yi Xian to frown slightly. Although the system did not issue an alarm this time, telling Yi Xian to avoid fighting was no different from warning him. Re-1RA middle level 6th grade Divine Lord. In any case, Yi Xian was a 7th stage Divine Lord. It did not mean that he did not have the ability to fight. In other words, the system was mainly reminding Yi Xian to take note of the Thousand Vines Supremacy's special ability. Yi Xian unsheathed the Godslayer. He wanted to see what was so special about this guy. Thousand Beasts Sword Servants, Deity Flower Sword Servants, go. Following Yi Xian's order, the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants and Deity Flower Sword Servants led the Deity Flower Sword Servants and charged forward. Yi Xian's figure moved, preparing to move as well. However, at this moment, a terrifying scene occurred. Rumble. Kacha, kacha. A series of strange sounds rang out. Then, strange changes occurred in a radius of 10,000 miles at the same time. Vines rose from the ground, piercing through the clouds. In the sky, countless vines crisscrossed, and mysterious fruits appeared one after another. On the ground, the vines tangled together, making it so that not a single piece of land could be seen. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the Thousand Beast Sword Servants, Divine Beast Mounts, Flowery God Sword Servants, and 100 Flower God were either killed or trapped by the vines. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand Vine Supremacy had actually created this peculiar domain. Ding! Warning! 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 Host, please take note. The host is in a special space and is in extreme danger. The host is advised to evacuate immediately. Ding! System notification, Reverend Thousand Vines realm has been refreshed. He is currently at the peak of the king level, high-grade Divine Lord realm. Ding, system notification, warning, warning, special attack detected. The series of alarms made Yi Xian dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he had been completely defeated. What exactly was this terrifying Reverend Thousand Vines? How could he hide his cultivation? What was his goal? Yi Xian was surrounded by green divine light. These light rays weaved through each other like vines, trapping Yi Xian within. Yi Xian didn't know what this thing was, but he was sure that it wasn't anything good. God-slaying slash. Yi Xian tried to slash at the divine light rays, but it was useless. Yi Xian's sword light was swallowed up by the green divine light rays. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was completely enveloped by the cocoon weaved by the energy light rays. It was only at this moment that a voice finally sounded. "You're finally here, human." Yi Xian naturally knew that this voice belonged to the Thousand Vine Supremacy, but Yi Xian didn't know what this guy was trying to do. Although Yi Xian was at an absolute disadvantage, the Thousand Vine Supremacy didn't attack Yi Xian. There was no doubt that he had other motives. "What are you trying to do?" Yi Xian raised his head and looked ahead, although he didn't know where the Thousand Vine Supremacy was. "Human, I've been observing you since you entered this place. Although your combat strength isn't great, you have many tricks up your sleeve. Most importantly, you can leave this place at will, so only you can complete this mission." "Mission?" Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host for discovering the hidden mission, the Thousand Vine Supremacy's request. When he heard this notification, Yi Xian knew that he was safe for the time being. Therefore, Yi Xian directly asked the Thousand Vine Supremacy, "Senior, what mission are you talking about?" However, the Thousand Vine Supremacy acted as if he hadn't heard Yi Xian's question. He continued muttering to himself, "I've lived here since I was young. Every day, I see those beasts running around freely. I also want to have that ability, but no matter how hard I try, I can't do it." Yi Xian understood. The Thousand Vine Supremacy wanted Yi Xian to find a way to allow him to move freely. Whether it was a treasure or a law, as long as he could move freely, it was fine. Yi Xian was a little speechless. For a request like this, Yi Xian was a little troubled. However, from this, one could see the sorrow of being a plant. Especially a plant that had intelligence and still wanted to go out and explore the world. Indeed, many plants had special laws that allowed them to appear wherever they wanted to go. However, the Thousand Vine Supremacy was just a very ordinary spirit vine. How could it have such special abilities? How should he solve this problem? Yi Xian frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, the system notification popped up again. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host for discovering the optional random mission, subduing the Thousand Vine Supremacy. Subduing this big guy in front of him? Yi Xian asked the system in surprise, "System, are you sure I have a way to subdue this big guy?" Yi Xian couldn't help but be suspicious. After all, the Thousand Vine Supremacy was a peak king stage superior divine lord. He also had a special law power. Yi Xian couldn't possibly defeat him, so how could he subdue him? Suddenly, Yi Xian recalled the Thousand Vine Supremacy's words. The Thousand Vine Supremacy's request seemed to be to leave this place. It didn't matter if Yi Xian found a treasure or a law. As long as he could move freely, that would be enough. In fact, didn't Yi Xian have a way to do that? The engulfing space. Yi Xian could absorb the Thousand Vine Supremacy into the engulfing space, then use a seal or a divine talisman to separate a part of his consciousness. Wouldn't that be equivalent to fulfilling the Thousand Vine Supremacy's wish? Most importantly, once the Thousand Vine Supremacy entered Yi Xian's engulfing space, he could do whatever he wanted with just a word. When that time came, it wouldn't be the Thousand Vine Supremacy who wanted to do anything, but Yi Xian. Chapter 2345. After all, Thousand Vines Venerable had always lived near this mysterious lake. He did not have the time to think so much. Therefore, When Yi Xian suggested this idea, he only used his divine telekinesis to scan Yi Xian's devouring space before agreeing without hesitation. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Next, Yi Xian only needed to refine a restriction or talisman to separate divine telekinesis. After careful consideration, Yi Xian chose a restriction, a miniature restriction. A miniature restriction was not a miniature restriction. In fact, a miniature restriction was even more difficult to refine. Refining a miniature restriction required a high level of divine telekinesis. After all, a miniature restriction the size of a strand of hair could explode with terrifying power. It could be said that very few people would refine a miniature restriction. Of course, this wasn't a big deal to Yi Xian. Yi Xian had the system, so what kind of miniature restrictions couldn't he refine? However, Yi Xian could not understand why such a small restriction would require so many resources. Of course, compared to 1,000 vines venerable, this expenditure was nothing. Soon, Yi Xian finished refining the miniature restriction. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then directly imprinted the miniature restriction on the Qian Kun ring on his finger. Senior, you can enter my space now. You only need to split a strand of divine telekinesis to travel the world with me. All right. He did not expect 1,000 vines venerable to be so direct. He did as he said without hesitation. This saved Yi Xian a lot of effort. Countless vines in the sky and on the ground quickly retracted and surged towards Yi Xian's devouring space. Suddenly, a group of little guys attracted Yi Xian's attention. There were not many of them, only a few hundred. However, they followed 1,000 vines venerable into Yi Xian's devouring space. System, what's that? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Ding. System notification, target is 1,000 vines venerable's companion spirit god. Companion spirit god? Yi Xian had a feeling that he had struck gold this time. As expected, after 1,000 vines venerable entered the devouring space, the system notification sounded. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for completing the random mission of subduing 1,000 vines venerable. 1,000 vines venerable has pledged his loyalty. 1,000 vines venerable has automatically changed his name to 1,000 vines. 1,000 vines, blessed by the laws, a spirit god of heaven. A heaven and earth spirit god of its own accord. Because he had already produced a companion spirit god clan, he was promoted to an elementary spirit god ancestor. Temporarily unable to detect special abilities of God of Heaven, special abilities of God of Heaven growth, unlimited. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Even though everything Yi Xian saw was unknown, that sentence of unlimited growth potential was the key. How could Yi Xian not understand what that meant? This meant that as long as Yi Xian trained 1,000 vines properly, he would be able to create a tribe of spirit gods. Not only would this tribe of spirit gods be absolutely loyal to Yi Xian, but more importantly, they would be able to grow according to Yi Xian's wishes. In other words, Yi Xian could use his free time to train this tribe of spirit gods. In addition, the devouring space's flow of time was faster than the outside world. Naturally, Yi Xian's training would bear fruit much faster. Moreover, even before the training was complete, 1,000 vines venerable possessed extremely powerful combat strength. As a peak king true god, he would definitely be of help to Yi Xian. It could be said that this time, Yi Xian had made a huge profit. Besides using some resources to create the miniature restriction, Yi Xian did not suffer any other losses. Of course, harvesting 1,000 vines venerable would not solve Yi Xian's current predicament. Therefore, Yi Xian did not leave the mysterious lake. Instead, he continued to search for divine beasts to kill. As Yi Xian's strength increased, he no longer had to be on tenterhooks looking for weak divine beasts. At this time, Yi Xian already had the strength to establish himself in the mysterious lake's inner region. Logically speaking, since the mysterious lake was so mysterious, the closer one was to it, the stronger the divine power of the divine beasts should be. However, the distribution of divine beasts here was not like that. Instead, The divine beasts closer to the center had lower cultivation bases, while the divine beasts closer to the periphery had higher cultivation bases. Yi Xian also discovered something that surprised Yi Xian. There were very few conflicts between the divine beasts here. Even if a divine beast trespassed into another divine beast's territory, it would not necessarily lead to a conflict. It could be said that the divine beasts here seemed to be a little lazy. As long as they could solve a problem without fighting, they would not do so. Most of the time, they just stayed in their own territories. This phenomenon made Yi Xian rather curious. However, wasn't this convenient for Yi Xian to kill the divine beasts here to level up? Therefore, Yi Xian did not pay too much attention to this. Soon, Yi Xian found a new opponent. It was a divine beast with the strength of a mid-level 6th grade divine lord. Of course, although it was also a mid-level 6th grade divine lord this time, Yi Xian believed that this fellow would not suddenly transform like Thousand Vines Venerable. System, detect what kind of divine beast this fellow is. What's so special about it? Ding. System notice, target specified, purple electric raging flames divine beast. Possesses lightning and fire laws. Dual laws, and both of them were law powers with powerful offensive power. It seemed that this battle would not be as simple as it seemed. At this time, the sea of purple electric raging flames divine beasts did not pay attention to Yi Xian. This fellow was lying on the ground, and lightning and flames were constantly spewing out from his body. The two violent forces intersected in the air, fighting each other. However, the purple electric raging flames divine beast was not affected in the slightest. Suddenly, the purple electric raging flames divine beast lifted his head. In his eyes, a bolt of lightning and a bolt of fire attacked in the same direction at the same time. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. He did not dare delay and immediately broke through the air. It turned out that Yi Xian had used the Ragnarok cloak to hide and stealthily advance. Who would have thought that the purple electric raging flames divine beast would react so quickly? Boom! Boom! Two huge holes appeared where Yi Xian had just been standing. One hole was filled with flames, while the other hole was filled with lightning. This fellow is really strong. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. Although he said that, he had already launched his attack. Megatron, magic treasure form. Become the God Slayer. Kill. Chapter 2346. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Zhentian controlled the two Godslayer swords to circle around the purple flame electric beast, waiting for a chance to land a fatal blow. Thousand Beasts Swordsman, Deity Swordsman. 135794. 6810 GGGGGD, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Thousand Beasts Swordsman and Deity Swordsman. In an instant, the Thousand Beasts Swordsman and the Deity Swordsman charged forward with the 100 Flowers Deity Swordsman. The battle was about to begin. In the sky, the purple flame electric divine beast stood proudly. Around him, countless deity swordsmen sat up and surrounded him. Suddenly, Yi Xian shouted, "Thousand Beasts Feast, begin! Kill him!" Boom! 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 Following Yi Xian's order, the entire sky lit up with all kinds of energy attacks. Countless attacks were directed at the purple flame electric beast, but the purple flame electric beast did not listen and continued to attack. Boom! A huge mountain was blasted away by the violent energy. However, just as he rose into the air, he was surrounded by flames and kept burning. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. Flames, lightning, and other kinds of energy intertwined, making the sky look exceptionally beautiful. The two Godslayer swords kept swinging the Deity Slayer slash. Unfortunately, there was no breakthrough. Yi Xian frowned. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to win. 6 Runes Mantra, Wound. System, use resources to exchange for the success rate of spiritual control. Wei Zhentian, get ready to move. Spiritual control. In an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, a vast and mysterious energy rushed toward the purple flame electric divine beast. In the next moment, the purple flame electric divine beast's body froze. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Wei Zhentian. Re-1R the two God-Slayer swords attacked the purple flame electric divine beast from both sides at the same time. Boom! Boom! Although the swords did not penetrate the purple flame electric divine beast, the power of the two God-Slayer swords was not easy. The purple flame electric divine beast was already sent flying. So, was this the end of the attack? No, the real killing move had only just begun. Since Yi Xian had obtained the 1,000 vines, he naturally had to use it. Hence, at this moment, Yi Xian raised his hand and roared, "1,000 vines." In the blink of an eye, a vine suddenly grew out of Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Furthermore, as they continued to advance, the vine continued to spread rapidly. When they arrived beside the purple flame electric divine beast, the 1,000 vines didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly entangled it. Vines were constantly being set ablaze and destroyed by electricity. However, the thousands of vines grew out at an extremely fast speed. No matter how tenacious the purple flame electric divine beast was, it was almost impossible for him to escape the capture of the 1,000 vines. A moment later, a dignified middle-grade 6th-grade Divine Lord Realm Purple Flame Electric Divine Beast was actually trapped alive by the 1,000 vines just like that. Let's see how you're going to hide this time. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian smirked and gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Pooh! Pooh! Two sounds rang out. The two god-slaying swords actually pierced through the purple flame electric divine beast's head. Unfortunately, the purple flame electric divine beast's divine core was in his head. With the divine core shattered, how could the purple flame electric divine beast survive? Devour! Yi Xian waved his hand again, and the purple flame electric divine beast's corpse was devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a low-grade 9th-grade divine lord. He had finally leveled up. However, Yi Xian was a little hesitant after that. This was because the front crown title required him to cultivate again every time he leveled up. In other words, if Yi Xian chose to continue leveling up now, he would lose the current front crown title after leveling up, and his combat strength would be reduced. This front crown title gave Yi Xian the feeling that it was more like the blessing of the power of laws. Otherwise, how could it disappear just like that? Forget it. I won't continue leveling up this time. Since I've subdued Qian Teng, this trip wasn't in vain. I haven't gone to see Fian and the others in a long time. I'll take a look, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Yi Xian had thoroughly offended the Li family, so Yi Xian believed that the Li family would definitely try to kill him if they found out about him under any circumstances. And if he returned to the Kunlun realm, the Li family would also set up all kinds of trouble for him. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate, the Divine Talisman realm would be the most suitable place for him. Fian and the others were also in the Divine Talisman realm now, so Yi Xian had this idea. However, if Yi Xian wanted to leave this mysterious lake, he would have to teleport to the Kunlun realm first. However, this time, as soon as he teleported back, he found that his residence was surrounded. These people looked quite strange. Not only did they have a third eye, but each of them also had 4 ears. They wore special clothes that gave them the ability to hide, but they didn't use any treasures in their hands. System, detect who these people are. Yi Xian ordered the system. Soon, the system's notification sounded. Ding! System notification, target 4-eared half-human clan. 4-eared half-human clan. What kind of clan was this? Ding! 4-eared half-human clan. Apart from having 4 ears, they are almost exactly the same as humans. As for their third eye, it is their innate divine ability, 4-eared heavenly eye. Ding! 4-eared half-human clan is good at joint attacks. When 4-eared heavenly eye is opened, they can communicate with each other. At the same time, every 4-eared half-human clan member will domesticate a special divine beast as their natal divine beast. Yi Xian didn't need the system to explain the specifics, because at this moment, the four-eared half-human clan assassins had already launched their attacks. As for Yi Xian, he naturally knew what was different about them. The eyes on the foreheads of the dozen four-eared half-human clan members suddenly emitted a beam of light. This beam of light wasn't an attack, nor was it a defensive method. It was just to connect all of them. Just as the system had described, the four-eared half-human clan members. They had already completely communicated with each other. At the same time, the four-eared half-human clan members stretched out a hand at the same time. At the position of their palms, Yi Xian saw that it was actually a teleportation gate. It was extremely strange. A teleportation gate, how exactly was it built in the palm of their hands? Even Yi Xian couldn't understand this at all. Even Yi Xian couldn't do it. Could it be another innate divine ability? What kind of ability did these four-eared half-human clan members have? At this moment, Yi Feng frowned slightly. Although Yi Xian had seen many divine beasts, Yi Xian didn't know much about the other races. Chapter 2347. Die. What would it feel like to hear dozens of people say the same word at the same time, with the same tone, the same mannerisms, and even the same expressions? Yi Xian would tell you that it would not feel good at all. Humph. Those who seek death are everywhere. Since these people wanted Yi Xian dead, then Yi Xian could only let them die first. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. Flower God Sword Attendant. In an instant, the two great sword attendants appeared once again. By now, the two great sword attendants had become Yi Xian's signature move. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. After all, the God-tier mounts and the 100 Flowers avatar were not weak. The key was their numbers. But this time, Yi Xian had met his match. The teleportation portals in the hands of the four-eared half-humans glowed strangely. Then, all sorts of divine beasts appeared from their palms. If there was one thing these divine beasts had in common, it would be their four ears. These divine beasts were of different levels of strength, but there were many of them. In just a few moments, there were already more than 100,000 divine beasts surrounding Yi Xian. And this number was still increasing. Were they trying to use the beast wave tactic against Yi Xian? Well then, Yi Xian would like to see if they could release them faster, or if he could kill them faster. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form, kill them all. In an instant, two Godslayer swords appeared at the same time. Their attack was very simple. They just kept spinning. With the Godslayer sword's sharpness, they could easily kill these four-eared divine beasts even without using the deicide slash. As for Yi Xian himself, he was already floating in midair. Yi Xian casually pointed a finger and calmly said, "Spiritual sense control." This time, Yi Xian was using a large area of spiritual sense control. Who said that spiritual control could not be used on a large scale? Yi Xian could control these low-level four-eared divine beasts on a large scale. In an instant, thousands of four-eared divine beasts were controlled by Yi Xian, and they pounced on their companions. It didn't matter if the four-eared divine beasts controlled by Yi Xian died in battle, or if they killed the other four-eared divine beasts. For Yi Xian, this was a win-win situation. What's more, it could cause quite a bit of chaos, so why not? Every time Yi Xian waved his hand, thousands of four-eared divine beasts would betray him. Even if they were to trade 2 for 1, Yi Xian would only need a few attempts to kill 10,000 four-ears mythical beasts. In other words, he wanted them to kill each other. However, the four-eared half-humans did not seem to notice this at all. The seal in their hands continued to spray out four-eared divine beasts. It was spraying. With such a fast release speed, if it wasn't spraying, what was it? However, even with the use of his spiritual sense, Yi Xian still discovered that the speed at which he killed the divine beast of 4 ears could not keep up with the increase in the beast's speed. It seems that this is the only way. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his hand. 6-syllable mantra, annihilation. A mysterious power was suddenly activated. What was the use of the 6-syllable mantra, annihilation? It was an existence that could annihilate the entire clan. Although it could only be used against opponents of lower cultivation levels. However, these four-eared divine beasts were not very powerful. They were only using the beast wave tactic. Following Yi Xian's command, countless four-eared divine beasts died instantly, whether they were facing Yi Xian from the front or the back. System, don't waste these corpses. Use the God Slayer to devour them all. Since these guys are willing to give me the corpses of divine beasts, why should I be polite? Devour them to your heart's content. Countless corpses were devoured by the God Slayer. One of the God Slayer's special abilities was to devour resources to level up. Although only a small portion of the divine beasts' corpses could help the God Slayer level up, the sheer number of four-eared divine beasts meant that the God Slayer had a bountiful harvest this time. The four-eared half-humans could see that the beast wave tactic was not much of a threat to Yi Xian. Hence, the four-eared half-gods stopped releasing their divine beasts. Instead, they looked at Yi Xian silently. Continue releasing your divine beasts. Yi Xian said nonchalantly with a smile on his face. Yi Xian, don't be so smug. You will definitely die today. Dozens of similar voices rang out. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care. Suddenly, the teleportation portals in the hands of the four-eared half-humans started to spin rapidly. After a while, the portals changed their appearance. Whoosh! 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 Countless sword chi filled the entire sky. It was a frightening sight. However, that was all it could do. Yi Xian did not even need to use any tricks to counter the sword chi. He could just use his physical body to counter it. This was because the damage that the sword chi could do to Yi Xian was not comparable to the recovery speed of the blood of eternity. The four-eared half-humans frowned at the same time. Their sea of beasts and sword-light tactics were actually unable to harm Yi Xian in the slightest. They had never encountered such a situation before. The four-eared half-humans were actually a tribe of assassins for hire. The value of their existence was that they were hired to assassinate the target. However, this time, although they had sent dozens of people, they could not do anything to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to kill the four-eared half-humans, he heard a notification from the system. Ding! System notification, devourable power of order detected. Divine thought sharing order. What kind of order was this? Although Yi Xian had seen all kinds of strange order, this was the first time Yi Xian had heard of the divine thought sharing order. However, no matter what, Yi Xian was not going to let go of the opportunity to devour the order. Then what are we waiting for? Activate Force Devour. Yi Xian waved his hand and an incomparably powerful suction force suddenly exploded out. The third eye on the foreheads of the four-eared half-humans was actually directly taken away by Yi Xian. Ding! Force Devour successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Thought Sharing Order. The Divine Thought Sharing Order allowed the host to temporarily share their divine thought with a designated target. According to the host's mastery of the order, the number of Divine Thought Sharing Order targets would increase. Currently, the host can share 2 targets. A trashy order. Yi Xian could not help but think. Indeed, this order was trashy. At least, that was what Yi Xian thought. The divine beasts had not appeared and the order had been devoured. What should he do with the four-eared half-humans? Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian waved his hand and the god-slaying sword rushed out. Beams of light appeared. Wei Zhentian had finally used the god-slaying slash. Since these people had attacked Yi Xian, there was no need for Yi Xian to let them go. After all, if Yi Xian let them go this time, they would only do worse next time. Chapter 2348. After killing the four-eared half-human race assassins, Yi Xian was a little confused. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. This was the Kunlun realm. Who could arrange for people to kill him in the Kunlun realm? The Li family? No matter how much the Li family hated Yi Xian, they couldn't be so presumptuous. After all, this was the Kunlun realm. Making a move here was equivalent to directly challenging Li Li's authority. Unless the Li family wanted to betray the Kunlun realm, they wouldn't dare to do so. If it wasn't the Li family, who could it be? Could it be the Annihilation Organization? Could it be that the Annihilation Organization had made a comeback so quickly? Yi Xian had never seen the four-eared half-human race in the Kunlun realm before. It was very likely that they were from another realm. How could a race from another realm be arranged to infiltrate the Kunlun realm to assassinate Yi Xian? Clearly, the person or force that wanted to make a move on Yi Xian was no ordinary person. Did the Annihilation Organization have that much power? That old man. That old man who had suddenly brought Yi Xian to the Kunlun realm and stopped Yi Xian from continuing to search for the inheritance of the God Emperor? That was impossible. If that old man wanted to kill Yi Xian, he could do it with a single breath. Why would he use so many tricks? Yi Xian fell into a state of confusion. Yi Xian couldn't understand the four-eared half-human race's assassination this time. Why? However, no matter the reason, no matter who wanted to assassinate Yi Xian only knew that if he didn't quickly improve his strength, it would be very troublesome. Forget it. I'll go to the Divine Talisman race to see Fian and the others first. Yi Xian thought, then quickly left. At this time, Xian's Divine Talisman race wasn't very peaceful. It turned out that they had a group of guests, a group of destitute guests. At this moment, Elder Fu Yi was sitting with another elder, discussing countermeasures. This elder was called Elder Fu Fa, and he was the Grand Elder of the mysterious Divine Talisman race. Just a few months ago, the mysterious Divine Talisman race was invaded by a huge force, and they were almost wiped out. The mysterious Divine Talisman race was not as powerful as the mysterious Divine Talisman race. There were less than 300 mid-level Divine Talisman masters and above in their entire race, so it could be said that they were killed in an instant. Grand Elder Talisman spell had only brought the last hope of the mystic strange Divine Talisman race, 500 children, that's what happened. Our Xuanqi Divine Talisman race only exists in name. Great Elder Fu Yi, this time, the relationship between our races has been good for generations. You have to save my Xuanqi race's last hope. My race is willing to offer our race's talisman and become a vassal of the Xianxian race. Don't say that. Elder Fu Yi, back then, when the Xianxian clan was in trouble, it was the Xuanqi clan that saved us. This time, even if you didn't say anything, the Xianxian clan would do our best. Don't worry, I will immediately send someone to invite the honorary Grand Elder back. I believe he will have a way. Honorary Grand Elder? Since when did your Xianxian clan have an honorary Grand Elder? However, at that moment, a clansman suddenly ran in. Grand Elders, Grand Elder Yi Xian is back. Ha, quick, invite Grand Elder Yi Xian over. I didn't expect him to come back at such a crucial time. Fu Yi was very happy. After all, once Yi Xian came back, Fu Yi felt a lot more relieved. After Fian and the others came over, those kids naturally couldn't hold back and told them what they had seen and heard. Among them, what Fu Yi cared about the most was that Yi Xian actually knew the divine master of the Kunlun God domain. Furthermore, the princess of the Kunlun God domain was actually a good friend of Yi Xian. With such a background, Elder Fu Yi naturally trusted him very much. As soon as Yi Xian came back, he was invited to Grand Elder Fu Ye's side before he could find Fian. After a brief introduction, Yi Xian found out what had happened. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The enemy of the Divine Talisman race was at least in existence on the same level as the Divine Talisman race. Yi Xian wasn't very sure, but since Fu Yi had said that the Xuanqi race and the Xianxian clan had been friends for generations, Yi Xian couldn't refuse. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host for triggering the random chain hidden mission, trouble with the Xuanqi race. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned. It was actually a random chain hidden mission. Once a random chain hidden mission was completed, the rewards wouldn't be too low. It seemed that Yi Xian had to be more careful this time. Alright, I understand. Grand Elders, reinforce the clan's defenses first. Grand Elder Fu Fa, please send a clansman to take me to your clan to take a look. I want to see who this enemy of yours is. Alright, thank you, Grand Elder Yi Xian. Soon, a young man from the Xuanqi Divine Talisman race led Yi Xian to the territory of the Xuanqi Divine Talisman race. The territory of the Xuanqi race was like that of the Divine Talisman race. It was very well hidden. Without a guide, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to discover it. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the territory of the Xuanqi race. After breaking through the restrictions, he saw a dilapidated mountain village. The village had been completely massacred. It could be said that all the people left behind by the Xuanqi race were dead. However, what caught Yi Xian's attention were some corpses on the ground. 4 ears corpses. 4 ears. Was it a coincidence? Or had it been premeditated? Why had Yi Xian been attacked by the 4-eared half-human race in the Kunlun territory? Why had the Xuanqi Divine Talisman race encountered the 4-eared divine beast here? Was it really just a coincidence? Come, let's go back first. Yi Xian was about to leave with the young man when a voice rang out. Since you've come, why are you leaving so quickly? Following this sentence, at least 100 figures appeared in front of Yi Xian. This place was actually a trap. Re-1 are the 4-eared half-human race. It really was the 4-eared half-human race. Although not all of them were 4-eared half-humans, at least a third of them were. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at these people and asked calmly. You're asking who we are. Aren't you the Xian Divine Talisman race's honorary Grand Elder? How could you not know us? A mocking smile appeared on that person's face. Could it be that they were actually targeting the Xian Divine Talisman race? Not good. Yi Xian was alarmed. Clearly, these 100 people weren't all of the enemies. Then, where had the rest of the enemies gone? There was only one possibility, the Xian Divine Talisman race. Damn it! Yi Xian was vexed. Without any explanation, he grabbed the young man next to him and activated the Space Law's infinite teleportation. In an instant, Yi Xian's figure disappeared, even though these people could sense Yi Xian's path. But how could they keep up with the speed of infinite teleportation? System, don't worry about the consumption of resources. Hurry back to the Xian Divine Talisman race at full speed. Chapter 2349. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as Yi Xian had expected, countless divine beasts were attacking the Xian clan's protective barrier. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. In the sky and on the ground, there were millions of divine beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. This was a terrifying number. After all, Yi Xian had never participated in such a large-scale battle since entering the divine realm. These were all gods. Within the barrier, the Xian Divine Talisman clan seemed so weak. Even though all the old and young were mobilized, they were severely understaffed. Fortunately, the Xian Divine Talisman clan's protective barrier was defensive, so they could still hold on. Loopholes kept appearing in the barrier, but they were immediately filled up. However, if this continued, the barrier would be breached sooner or later. Wei Zhentian, in your magic treasure form, open a path for me. Yi Xian suddenly shouted, and Wei Zhentian appeared instantly. The two god-slaying swords swam around Yi Xian. Any divine beast that dared to approach Yi Xian was killed immediately. Yi Xian did not delay at all. After all, in a battle of this level, not to mention divine sovereigns, even divine kings and divine emperors might appear. If Yi Xian could not break through quickly, it would be a tragedy. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not know whether it was because he had chosen a good place to break through, or because he had deliberately let him in. In any case, Yi Xian entered safely. Young master, you're back. As soon as Yi Xian entered the barrier, Fian appeared beside Yi Xian. Girl, what's going on? Why are there so many divine beasts attacking the Xian divine talisman clan? Young master, I don't know either. You can ask Fu Yi and Grand Elder Fu Fa. Yi Xian nodded, put down the young man in his hand, and walked forward. Yi Xian had to figure out what was going on. Obviously, Yi Xian was also implicated in this matter. Those four-eared half-humans who tried to assassinate Yi Xian in the Kunlun realm might have done so because Yi Xian was the Grand Elder of the Divine Talisman race. After asking a few questions, Yi Xian had a rough idea of what had happened. However, this answer was a waste of time for Yi Xian. According to what Fu Yi had said, the Divine Talisman clan possessed powerful Divine Talisman power, so it was natural for them to be spied on by other forces. So, it was normal for such a war to occur. It could be said that countless tribes of the Divine Talisman clan had already been annihilated. The reason for this was because the Divine Talisman race possessed the power of the Divine Talismans. In that case, Great Elder Fu Yi, do you know where those four-eared half-humans came from? Great Elder Yi Xian, this old man was just about to tell you about this. These four-eared half-humans all came from another divine domain. If this old man's guess is not wrong, these four-eared half-humans should be from the demon god's divine domain. Demon god realm. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had thought of Luo Luo. Wasn't Luo Luo trapped in the demon god divine dominion? If that was really the case, then this was an opportunity for Yi Xian to rescue Luo Luo. Alright, I understand. I'll go find Mi Yan and ask for reinforcements now. Yi Xian didn't waste any more time. After all, time was of the essence now. However, just as he was about to activate the wings of the gods, he stopped. Great Elder Fu Yi, I have some ancient resources here. Think of a way to refine some powerful divine talismans. You must hold on until reinforcements arrive. After saying that, Yi Xian took out countless resources. These were all accumulated resources from the devouring space. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't use them to raise his cultivation base or enhance his own strength. Instead, he gave them all to Fu Yi. Of course, to Yi Xian, Luo Luo was far more important than these resources. Our Great Elder Fu Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately selected the elites of his clan and began refining the talismans. System, transfer all the energy of the wings of the gods to the nearest city with a teleportation formation. Ding! System notification, host can only teleport to Huiwa City at most. Do you confirm? Confirm. As Yi Xian spoke, the wings of the gods activated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian appeared outside Huiwa City. Look, is that Yi Xian? That's right, that's him. Go inform the family heads that Yi Xian is here. The three family heads have ordered that in order to avenge the Lin family, they must kill Yi Xian if they see him. Alright. I'll go inform them. You take some people and stop him immediately. Whoosh! 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 Several figures blocked Yi Xian's path. Yi Xian, how dare you come to Huiwa City? I'll make sure you don't leave today. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't have time to waste on these small fries. Yi Xian could guess that the three families had issued the order to kill him in order to subdue the remaining forces of the Lin family. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you today. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yi Xian actually said that he would kill. Well, the four-eared half-human tribe and Luolua's whereabouts were known. Then, the Xian divine talisman tribe was under attack. They could be in danger of being slaughtered at any time. Yi Xian couldn't care less. Ha, Yi Xian, who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous? Men, arrest him. That person actually dared to issue an arrest warrant for Yi Xian. I told you to get lost. All of a sudden, Yi Xian's aura erupted. That powerful pressure swept across the entire Huiwa city. Some of the weaker true gods immediately knelt down on the ground in horror. What kind of power was that? It was incomparably powerful and filled with murderous intent. In an instant, the entire Huiyue city fell into chaos. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of figures rushed over. They were the people of the three families. Yi Xian, what are you trying to do? Do you want to make an enemy of the three families of Huiyue City? Yi Xian looked at these people anxiously. He only wanted to use the teleportation formation to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to care about so much. So, without saying a word, he rushed out with the Godslayer in hand. Yi Xian only wanted to leave. Although he said that he would kill without mercy, it was only a threat. He didn't mean to start a massacre. However, there were those who didn't open their eyes. They just had to cause trouble when Yi Xian was so anxious. They were simply courting death. Kill him for me. Everyone, attack together. The patriarchs of the three families actually issued the order to kill Yi Xian. At the same time, a group of people had already blocked Yi Xian's path. How dare you! Yi Xian gripped the Godslayer tightly, his eyes already red. Finally, Yi Xian exploded. Even if there was a delay of 1 second, the Xian Divine Talisman tribe could be wiped out. Chapter 2350. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Thousand Beasts Sword Servants, Flower God Sword Servants, Withered Bone Sword Servants, Skeleton Summon, come out. Kill without mercy. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Host has entered a berserk state. Host has entered a berserk state. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Host has lost control of his thoughts. Severe warning. A series of system notifications rang out, but Yi Xian actually turned off the system notifications. At this moment, Yi Xian had already lost his mind. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. His anticipation of Luo Luo and his worry for the divine talisman race had caused Yi Xian to lose his mind. Thousand Beasts Feast, begin. Thousand Vines, kill. Wei Zhentian, Magic Treasure Form, kill without mercy. Kill. 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 Boom. 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 The destruction happened in the blink of an eye. Thousands of beasts galloped and vines filled the sky. Yi Xian's berserk state caused Wei Zhentian to enter a berserk state as well. The two god-slaying swords scattered terrifying sword chi in the air. The entire Huiyue city fell into despair in an instant. However, even in such a state, even though Yi Xian had already lost his mind and was on a rampage, Yi Xian's attack didn't truly include the ordinary residents of Huiyue City. Regardless of whether it was Yi Xian himself or his god-tier mount, the targets of his attack were those who dared to block Yi Xian's path and attack Yi Xian. A terrifying aura spread throughout the entire Huiyue City. Countless people knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Some even wet their pants in fear. A god had actually been scared to the point of wetting his pants by Yi Xian. Yi Xian had only gone berserk for a few seconds, but in the sky, the disciples of the three great clans were falling down like rain. This was because they had all been killed by Yi Xian. The berserk aura caused the people around Huiyue City and the divine beasts around Huiyue City to flee in panic. Those who knew Yi Xian from the Radiant Moon School were already scared silly. Was this still the Yi Xian they knew? How could it be so powerful and so terrifying? Ding. System notification, the host is mentally unstable, forcibly using the divine sense interference ability. Ding. System notification, increase interference. Ding. System notification, interference failed. Forced use of illusion healing. The system had not given up, even though Yi Xian had blocked him. Fortunately, the system was now human-like enough. It knew that whatever Yi Xian was doing now had already lost Yi Xian's original intentions, so it kept trying to get Yi Xian to reply. Fortunately, the system succeeded. Ding. System notification, host has recovered. Ding. System notification, the berserk state of the host has disappeared. Yi Xian regained his senses and smiled bitterly as he stared blankly at the mess he had created. Sigh, there were inner demons on the path of cultivation. Although Yi Xian did not have any inner demons because of the system, he had never expected that he would be affected by inner demons. Sometimes, people would really do some irrational things because they were too worried about the things they cared about. Wei Zhentian, come back. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 1,000 beast sword servants and the others disappeared. Wei Zhentian also returned to Yi Xian's side. As for Qianteng, he naturally kept it in his yin and yang ring. Sigh, forget it. These pitiful people. I will put them in the devouring space for now. Yi Xian waved his hand and collected the tens of thousands of corpses that littered Huiwa City. In less than a minute, the damage caused by Yi Xian could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Especially the area beneath Yi Xian's feet, it was completely turned into ruins. The people who had survived the disaster, regardless of what they had done or how they had viewed Yi Xian, were now prostrating themselves on the ground. They did not even dare raise their heads to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately activated the teleportation array and left Huiwa City. However, even after he had left for a long time, not a single person in Huiwa City dared to stand up. Some people had even been scared to death by Yi Xian. It was unknown whether this was pitiful or sad. Of course, Yi Xian did not care so much. He rushed to the Divine Master Palace as fast as he could. Stop right there. Who are you? A group of Divine Master Palace guards blocked Yi Xian's path. Although Yi Xian was anxious, he did not dare to act rashly. He casually took out his identity token and said, "Hurry and inform Mi Yan. Tell her that I, Yi Xian, have an urgent matter to discuss with her." How dare you call the Divine Master by his name? You are courting death. Suddenly, a monstrous aura erupted. It actually had the intention of killing Yi Xian in one fell swoop. That aura was so powerful that Yi Xian was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move at all. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host has fallen into a desperate situation. Host has fallen into a desperate situation. A desperate situation. Yi Xian was terrified. Could it be that he had no other choice but to die here? Re-1R, stop! A gentle voice sounded. It was Mi Yan's voice. This time, Yi Xian finally understood the strength of the Divine Master Palace. After all, this was the core area of the Divine Dominion. How could there be no experts? Mi Yan's figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. She smiled at Yi Xian and asked, "Yi Xian, what happened to you? Why did you lose your composure?" "Divine Master, please send experts immediately. Enemies from the Demon God Realm have infiltrated our Kunlun God Realm. They are currently attacking the Divine Talisman race." "There's such a thing?" Mi Yan frowned slightly. This was too shocking. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war between the Divine Dominion and the Divine Dominion. It was undoubtedly equivalent to a war between two Divine Dominion. Where are the Divine Master Palace guards? Swoosh! Swoosh! Countless figures appeared. They were the elite Divine Master Palace guards. "Greetings, Divine Master. Immediately follow Yi Xian to provide support." "Yi Xian, as the law enforcer of the Divine Dominion, you have full authority to deal with this matter. You can mobilize the Divine Master Palace guards and any forces around the Divine Talisman race that you mentioned." After saying that, Mi Yan threw a treasure to Yi Xian. This was equivalent to an official seal. It was the proof of Yi Xian's status as a law enforcer of the Divine Dominion. Of course, it also had other uses. "Thank you, Divine Master." Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse and accepted it. The desperate situation just now left Yi Xian with lingering fear. At this time, Yi Xian didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Mi Yan. Even if Mi Yan treated him very well, Mi Yan was the divine master, the master of this divine dominion. To the experts of the Kunlun god realm, no matter who Yi Xian provoked, no one would care even if he went against them openly. However, if he dared to disobey Mi Yan, he would be courting death. Chapter 2351. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It could be said that every one of them possessed incomparably powerful combat strength. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. There was no lack of godly venerables among them, and even the commander of the Imperial Guards was a low-level godly. The arch strength was secondary. The most important thing was that every one of these 10,000 people had a noble status. A powerful background. Through the teleportation array again, Yi Xian teleported directly to Huiyue City. The people of Huiyue City had just recovered from the shock caused by Yi Xian, but once again, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground. An army of over 10,000 divine lords kept appearing through the teleportation array. This scene was simply enough to scare them to death. Although Yi Xian had rushed all the way through the teleportation array, the round trip still took a full day and a half. A day and a half was really too long for the divine talisman race of Xian Xian. At this time, the divine talisman race of Xian Xian divine talisman race's protective restrictions had been broken, and more than 2/3 of their warriors had died in battle. Elder Fu Yi led the remaining clansmen to defend the last territory of the race, using the divine talisman to resist with difficulty. It could be said that there was a possibility that they could be breached at any time. The million-strong divine beast army fought to launch wave after wave of attacks. The territory of the divine talisman race was blessed by the divine talisman tree, so it could be said that it possessed extremely powerful strength. However, no matter how powerful it was impossible for it to be invincible. Fortunately, at this time, Yi Xian appeared. Ri-1 are looking at the densely packed alien army. Without Yi Xian's command, the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace directly launched an attack. In an instant, the sky shattered, and the earth collapsed. Fierce battles could be seen everywhere. At the same time that the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace appeared, an incomparably huge teleportation gate appeared in the sky. A teleportation gate from another divine realm. No. Not just one. After the first one appeared, thousands of such teleportation gates appeared in the sky one after another. This was a war between the divine realms, and it was a well-prepared sneak attack. Perhaps their initial target was the divine talisman race, but when the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace appeared, it meant that the war between the two divine realms had officially begun. The battlefield of the gods opened once again, and countless warriors had already poured into it. That was the main battlefield. On Yi Xian's side, it was just a small sneak attack. From the thousands of teleportation portals, mystical beasts, and all sorts of strange demon god tribe members rushed over. In a short while, there were already tens of millions of them. If they really relied on these 10,000 Divine Palace Forbidden Guards, no matter how elite they would most likely lose this battle. After all, the enemy's thousands of portals could provide countless reinforcements at any time. Almost unlimited support. A war in the divine realm was no joke. Not to mention a mere 10 million, even a 100 billion level war wasn't impossible. Yi Xian directly took out the magic treasure that Mi Yu had given him. This magic treasure was only a square imprint, but it possessed supreme authority. Yi Xian held the treasure and said loudly, "I am Yi Xian, and as a law enforcer of the divine realm, order that all sects, cities, aristocratic families, and so on, immediately come to my aid. The war in the divine realm has begun, and anyone who dares to disobey will have their entire family exterminated as a traitor to the divine master." Using the treasure as a law enforcer of the divine realm, Yi Xian's figure appeared in thousands of clans, sects, families, and cities. Following Yi Xian's orders, no one dared to disobey. Even Huiyue City, which had just been destroyed by Yi Xian, hurriedly dispatched its strongest reinforcements under the Radiant Moon School's command. Even the two sects that were fighting immediately put aside their hatred and joined forces to rush toward Yi Xian. A war in the divine realm. Once it started, there was only one result for anyone who disobeyed: extermination of their entire family. No matter who you were or what power you were, there was no chance of bargaining. A branch family of the Li family also received the order. Even if they saw that it was Yi Xian, they could only respectfully kneel on the ground and accept the order, dispatching the strongest elites of their family. This was a war in the divine realm. Once it started, everyone obeyed unconditionally. Of course, the powers that did not have the qualifications to accept the order could still do what they wanted. This was because they were too weak, so weak that they did not even have the qualifications to participate in the war in the divine realm. Just like Mo Beijing back then. Countless figures constantly converged. It was like small streams converging to form a large river, which then converged to Yi Xian's side to form a great sea. Once the powers arrived, they would immediately enter the battle. This was something that they had to do without any orders. Although most of the war in the divine realm took place in the sovereign space, the war in the divine realm took place in the sovereign space. However, once the war in the sovereign space was lost, and the enemy was not satisfied with their gains and invaded the sovereign space, then there was only one result. The divine realm would be exterminated. Generally speaking, if the enemy did not take the initiative to invade the enemy's divine realm, then such a war would still be considered a regular war in the divine realm. Once someone entered, it could escalate into an ultimate war. What was the ultimate? You die, I die. That was the ultimate. Regardless of whether the demon god realm had intended to start an ultimate war in the divine realm at the beginning, now they were forced to do so. Slaughter, endless slaughter. At this moment, life seemed so worthless. Even Yi Xian seemed so insignificant in such a war. Devour. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and countless divine beast corpses were directly devoured by him. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is first grade middle grade divine lord. Continue devouring. Countless divine beast corpses were devoured again. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is first grade upper grade divine lord. Break through again for me. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is first grade upper grade divine lord. It was actually a major realm, an upgrade of a major realm. But what was the use? Although Yi Xian had broken through to the peak divine lord realm in the blink of an eye, this was a war in the divine realm. Divine lord realm? That was just a joke. In that devouring just now, Yi Xian had devoured no less than 10 million divine beast corpses. But the enemies seemed to be endless, and they were still pouring in at a rapid pace. Divine Master Order. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Xian. All the guards around Yi Xian immediately knelt to the ground. Yi Xian naturally didn't dare hesitate. Yi Xian had already experienced Mi Yan's authority. Yi Xian believed that if he showed any signs of disobedience now, he would immediately be torn to shreds. Divine Realm Law Enforcer, Yi Xian, heed my orders. I hereby confer upon you 9 regional commanders. You will be in charge of 60,000 territories in 9 directions. Within 1 month, you are ordered to gather 1 billion true God soldiers and 1,000 divine lord generals and above. You are also ordered to select capable commanders to lead reinforcements to the sovereign god battlefield. Yes, Yi Xian, heed my orders. At this moment, only he knew the shock in Yi Xian's heart. 1 billion soldiers at the true god realm and above, 1,000 generals at the divine lord realm and above. It was just a matter of a single sentence. Chapter 2352. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 9 provincial governors were in charge of 60,000 territories, but they had to deploy so many people. And this was only the beginning of the war. Kunlun God Domain had 3 million territories. Based on this ratio, wouldn't the first batch of 50 billion true God soldiers be deployed? 50 billion. Not 5,000, not 50,000, but a full 50 billion. But because of the difference in strength, these 50 billion true gods were just cannon fodder. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. In the battle of the god domain, on the battlefield of the master gods, the real battle still depended on the soldiers who had the power of laws. In other words, those powerhouses above the Divine Lord realm. Below the Divine Lord realm, because one didn't possess the power of laws, there wasn't much of a difference if one relied on special methods such as magic tools, runes, or runes. If one had enough runes or runes, then it was possible for an inferior true divinity to kill a middle true divinity. But once one reached the Divine Lord realm, because of the existence of the power of laws, the difference in realms was very clear. In the Master God realm, whether it was Divine Lord, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Divine Venerable, or even Divine Emperor, the division of each realm was very clear. Between each grade, each level, and each realm was very clear and distinct. At the Divine Lord realm, there was no chaos because of the power of laws. A high-level Divine Lord was a high-level Divine Lord. No matter how many Dharma treasures a low-level Divine Lord had or how strong the restrictions were, killing him was just a matter of waving his hand. A first-grade high-level Divine Lord realm powerhouse, even if he did not use Dharma treasures and only used his own power of laws, then even 100 low-level Divine Lords armed to the teeth would find it difficult to defeat him. As for a first-grade low-level Divine King, even if you had countless Divine Lords, it was impossible to defeat him. Because with the support of laws, unless it was a peak Divine Lord, a Divine Lord would not even be able to break through the defense of a Divine King. How could they win? Of course, having special Dharma treasures and special abilities was another matter. But to obtain a super Dharma treasure, how many people could encounter that kind of opportunity? Right now, Yi Xian hoped that his 9 directions 60,000 realms wasn't like the 100 realms of Mo and the 60 realms of Lin Feng. After all, transferring so many people wasn't a joke at all. Map! Yi Xian shouted loudly. Naturally, someone immediately brought the map to him. In the past, Yi Xian did not have any authority, so it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a map. But now, Yi Xian was a law enforcer of the God realm and also a provincial governor of the 9 regions. Thus, a map was just a matter of saying a word to him. Very soon, Yi Xian received the map. Of course, Yi Xian directly allowed the system to receive the 9 directions and 60,000 realms map. System, immediately come up with the most reasonable transfer plan. Ding! System notification, calculating plan. Ding! Plan generated. Soon, a jade slip appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was the proposal order. Men. Present. One of them went straight to Yi Xian. Ding! Target is a 6th grade upper divine king. In the past, Yi Xian would have immediately fled upon seeing a god king like this. But now, he was merely a messenger in front of Yi Xian. What is your name? I am Li Qing, the sect leader of the Huatian sect. Alright, Li Qing. I command you as the provincial governor of the 9 directions to transfer the soldiers required by the Divine Master according to the military order in this jade slip. Yes, I will obey. After receiving the spiritual tablet, Li Qing did not dare to delay any further and left with his disciples. With Yi Xian's orders, he could be considered a person who could do whatever he wanted in the 9 directions and 60,000 realms. You, come here. Yi Xian casually pointed and another God King expert came to Yi Xian's side. Go and inform Kun Buyu of the Kunlun God realm to bring his clan's elites and report to me immediately. Also, ask him to select 1,000 disciples from the Kunlun God realm who belong to the 9 directions and 60,000 realms. This, Lord Law Enforcer, the Divine Master has ordered that the Kunlun God realm disciples are not to be transferred unless absolutely necessary. What do you think? It doesn't matter. Kun Buyu is my friend and I need his help. How about this, tell Kun Buyu to follow the principle of voluntary participation. As long as the Kunlun God realm disciples are willing to come, they can come. If they don't want to come, don't force them. Yes, I will obey. Yi Xian knew that he was not the clan leader of a big family or the sect leader of a big sect. In the Kunlun God realm, he was just a small figure. The only reason he had his current position was because of a single sentence from Mi Yun. Although none of these generals dared to disobey Yi Xian's orders, they all looked down on Yi Xian from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use a Kunlun God realm disciple like Kun Buyu. These disciples might be young and might not even know how to lead troops, but Yi Xian could assign them deputy generals. Yi Xian wanted people who would listen to him. No matter how high their status was, these people did not have a military position. A military position in the Kunlun God realm was not something that could be obtained just because you were a disciple of a big family. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that they would definitely listen to his orders. Moreover, these disciples all had powerful factions behind them. With them indirectly commanding them, Yi Xian would be able to relax a lot. From today onwards, strictly speaking, Yi Xian could be considered a Lord God. Because with a single sentence from Mi Yun, Yi Xian was given command of the 60,000 territories. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not make any mistakes, once the war was over, the 60,000 territories would probably be given to Yi Xian directly. After all, Mi Yun was the Lord God of the Kunlun God realm. Her words were the highest law in the Kunlun God realm. No matter what Yi Xian's previous identity was, as long as he received Mi Yun's approval, he would be the legal Jiufang 60,000 territories military governor. Ri 1 Art Jiufang 60,000 territories military governor, heed my orders. Suddenly, another figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Didn't the order to mobilize troops just come? Why is there another order now? Yi Xian, heed my order. However, Yi Xian did not dare to disobey and hurriedly replied. God Realm's 10,000 Spirit Envoy Order, Jiufang Provincial Governor Yi Xian is to immediately dispatch troops to the Lord God Palace to receive military provisions, 1 billion totem beasts, and 1 trillion God crystals. Yes, Yi Xian, heed my order. Alright, so it was to receive military provisions this time. System, what's going on? Why are there military provisions? Ding. System notification, according to the Kunlun God Realm's military order, the various factions have dispatched troops. The various provincial governors are also in charge of providing military provisions, totem beasts, and treasures. It is recommended that the host immediately choose a suitable location to build his own God Realm's provincial governor palace. It is also recommended that the host set up the necessary equipment for crafting weapons and medicine sections. So that's how it is. That made sense. He, Yi Xian, had no foundation. The other provincial governors had their own palaces. In the event of a war, they could naturally immediately mobilize troops. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have anything. The God Realm's 10,000 Spirit Envoy was giving Yi Xian some funds. 1 billion totem beasts and 1 trillion God crystals might sound like a lot, but this was for Yi Xian to build his own palace. It could be said that it was not enough at all. Not to mention other things, Yi Xian was going to mobilize 1 billion troops this time. At the very least, Yi Xian would have to send out 100 million totem beasts to support him, right? One had to know that the people sent out by Yi Xian would receive military merits from Yi Xian. If his people were all dead, he would have to ask Yi Xian for more. If he did not make his own troops stronger, how would he receive military merits? Fortunately, Yi Xian had been a monarch before. This kind of thing was not difficult for Yi Xian. Fian, take Great Elder Fu Yi and select 100,000 troops to receive the resources. Be careful on the road. Although this is the God Realm's war period, it is inevitable that there will be villains causing trouble. Yes, young master. I understand. This was Yi Xian's foundation for building his own palace. Of course, Yi Xian would send his most trusted people over. Yi Xian was constantly making arrangements while the battle outside was still going on in the dark. The Xian Divine Talisman clan had been rescued, but Yi Xian did not give them any time to rest. He could only make them start refining divine talismans on the spot. He had no one but the Xian Divine Talisman clan at his disposal. Thus, he could only refine a large number of restrictions. Although Yi Xian had the right to mobilize troops from all over the 60,000 territories, he could not ask them to donate their assets. As for taxes, it was still too early. He had only just taken over. How could he get taxes so quickly? A multitude of matters suddenly erupted in an instant. Chapter 2353. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Yi Xian was still very worried. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to be the Jiufang provincial commander. The demon god domain was attacking him, and the Annihilation Organization was ready to make a move. How could Yi Xian have an easy time? His subordinates also needed to be integrated. Fortunately, the system was helping to formulate a plan, so Yi Xian's actions were not slow. Ding! System notification. Due to special events, the random chain mission, the mysterious strange tribe's trouble has been forcibly interrupted. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the Kunlun God domain, an official position in the Jiufang 60,000 realms, and automatically obtained the qualifications of a Lord God in the Jiufang 60,000 realms, and can directly extract faith points from the Jiufang 60,000 realms. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the God domain, rewarded 3 eternal points, a special military order, a special treasure, the rule divine bow, and fully unlocking the sect subsystem. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the Jiufang 60,000 realms, rewarded 2 eternal points, a special military order, a special treasure, the God-slaying helmet, and automatically unlocking the military subsystem. A series of notifications burst out in an instant. He had obtained an official position and could also receive rewards. Yi Xian couldn't wait to hug the system and kiss it. The system's rewards were like timely rain. However, obtaining 2 official positions and commanding 60,000 realms only gave him 5 eternal points. How difficult was it to obtain eternal points? Fortunately, with the qualification to extract faith points from 60,000 realms, as long as Yi Xian worked hard, he would definitely reap a lot of benefits. However, what were special military orders and special military orders? Yi Xian brought up the panel and looked at it directly. Special military order. Host can use special military orders to summon 100 million true God soldiers or 100 divine lord soldiers. Was this tailor-made for Yi Xian to transfer soldiers? However, Yi Xian had already sent Li Qing to buy it. It seemed that this thing could only be used to establish Yi Xian's personal guards. Special decree. Host can use the special decree to establish a special organization, including the crafting school, the forbidding school, and so on. After use, resources and manpower will be summoned. These 2 special tokens had come at just the right time. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to use them. He wanted to set up his sect system first. After all, he would be able to obtain more benefits from the sect system. Moreover, after establishing the sect, Yi Xian could very well use that place as his own God Realm Law Enforcer Palace, so there was no need to waste any extra resources. Now, if he could save a little, it would be better to save a little. Build it at this location? Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't. After all, this was a battlefield. Since the initial arrangements had been made, it was time for Yi Xian to focus on dealing with these invaders. Follow me. At Yi Xian's command, everyone quickly followed Yi Xian into the sky. At this time, the war was still going on. It could be said that such a battle in the wild was basically a battle of people. Yi Xian had a steady stream of reinforcements coming in, but the enemy was also constantly coming in through the teleportation portals in the sky. Yi Xian knew that the first thing he had to do now was to destroy those teleportation portals. Men, pass down my orders. Attack the teleportation portals with all your might. Focus your attacks on them and destroy those teleportation portals. As long as the teleportation portals are gone, I want to see how the enemy reinforcements. Yes, sir. Yi Xian did not even know who his subordinates were, nor what their positions were. Fortunately, the system could help him organize, so there was no need for Yi Xian to worry too much. Yi Xian was not idle either. He naturally would not miss out on such a battle. Therefore, Yi Xian also charged into the battlefield at this time. The two god-slaying swords circled around Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian took out the Rule God Bow that he had just obtained. Rule God Bow automatically generates different rule arrows according to the rule power used by the host. The power of the rule arrows depends on the host's mastery of the rule power. Rule God Bow's special attribute 1, automatic upgrade. Based on the number of times the Rule God Bow is used, the Rule God Palace's level will automatically increase. The higher the level, the more powerful and number of rule arrows it generates. Currently, the host can only generate one red Rule God arrow. The Rule God arrow's power is divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red is the least powerful, while purple is the most powerful. At the same time, at most, the Rule God Bow can generate 7 Rule God arrows at the same time. However, the 7 Rule God arrows cannot contain the same amount of rule power. Rule God Bow's special attribute 2, rule control. Every time the host uses the Rule God Bow, the host's mastery of the Rule God arrow will automatically increase according to the number of Rule God arrows that are generated. What an awesome Rule God Bow! Yi Xian liked it very much. This Rule God Bow was many times more powerful than the god-slaying swords. Even though there were only 2 special attributes, these 2 special attributes complemented each other perfectly. Moreover, their power was even more explosive. Now that Wei Zhintian could control the god-slaying swords, Yi Xian was worried about not having a suitable weapon. Now, he could get whatever he wanted. Let me try out the power of my new treasure. Yi Xian suddenly pulled on the Rule God Bow and shouted at the same time, devouring arrow. After all, Yi Xian was most familiar with the rule of devouring right now. A red arrow appeared on the Rule God Bow. Yi Xian could clearly feel the aura of the rule of devouring coming from it. However, before Yi Xian could attack, he heard the enemy's shouts. Quick, over here. There's a high-ranking official of the Kunlun God domain here. Kill him and you'll be rewarded greatly. Charge, charge. Holy shit. They could see through my identity. Yi Xian turned the Rule God Bow around and shot an arrow at those people. In an instant, a 1,000-meter-wide vortex appeared in the sky. Enemies were constantly being sucked into it, but at the same time, some of his own people were also being sucked in. Yi Xian could feel the anger of the warriors beside him. However, because of Yi Xian's special identity, no one dared to complain. Moreover, Yi Xian's arrow had indeed wiped out hundreds of enemies. Holy shit, I forgot that this devouring arrow doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Yi Xian said softly, annoyed. However, the power of this Rule God arrow made Yi Xian very happy. Even the god-slaying sword could not achieve this kind of attack power. Of course, this was also because the people in front of Yi Xian were just profound God Realm and true God Realm shrimps. Perhaps it would not be so easy to deal with enemies with higher cultivation bases. Chapter 2354. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the law of divine talismans. He wondered what would happen if he used the law of divine talismans. 135794. 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian drew his bow once again. Re-1R Law of Divine Talisman Arrow. Ding. System notification: if you want to use Law of Divine Talisman or Law of Restriction arrows, please add a specific Law of Divine Talisman. Ding. The more powerful the Law of Divine Talisman is, the more powerful the arrow will be. There was such a restriction. However, this was still within common sense. Fortunately, it was not difficult for Yi Xian to refine Law of Divine Talismans. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then made a Forbidden Flight Talisman. A Forbidden Flight Talisman had a similar effect as a Forbidden Flight Talisman. It used a special power to suppress a certain area, so that no one could fly within that area. This time, Yi Xian had the experience of the first arrow. He shot an arrow directly into the enemy's crowd. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached the enemy's crowd. In an instant, the law of divine talisman arrow exploded, causing hundreds of enemies to fall. Good. Yi Xian could not help but applaud the law of divine talisman arrow. However, after shooting those 2 arrows, Yi Xian changed all of them to healing talismans. All injured, fall back and gather. Yi Xian shouted. Although they did not know what Yi Xian was going to do, many of his subordinates obeyed his order. Yi Xian suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow. The soldiers' eyes were filled with fear. Even many of the surrounding people looked at Yi Xian with anger. They thought that Yi Xian was going to kill the injured. However, a moment later, a divine power erupted and the injured soldiers quickly recovered. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked at Yi Xian. What was going on? What kind of treasure did their law enforcers use? One moment, they devoured everyone without distinguishing between friend and foe. The next moment, they restricted the air. And now, they even healed everyone within range. How did they do it? Those who have recovered, continue to kill the enemy. Those who are injured, come and assemble. Yi Xian could only take care of a small part of the battlefield. However, he was currently leading a team to attack the enemy's teleportation portal. It could be said that every healing session gave Yi Xian a slight advantage. The continuous accumulation of advantages would naturally have a huge impact on the battlefield. Be careful, my lord. Suddenly, a god king beside Yi Xian roared and appeared beside Yi Xian. Along with his shout, an incomparably sharp tail suddenly attacked. Ding! Target has been identified. 3rd grade lower divine king realm demon celestial, bee sting demon celestial. Ding! The wasp stinger demon god can augment its tail with a special ability that allows it to shoot its target at an extremely fast speed, dealing extremely high critical damage. Boom! With a loud explosion, the God King expert standing beside Yi Xian was knocked back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, isn't this wasp stinger demon celestial a little too overbearing? That attack is simply too strong. Yi Xian teleported to the God King's side, and a ball of light gathered in his hand. It was the healing ability of the Divine Blossom Sword Servants. The light circled around the God King, allowing him to recover quickly. Thank you, Lord Provincial Governor. Yi Xian was a God Realm law enforcer, and a provincial governor of Jiufang. Logically speaking, a God Realm law enforcer had a higher status. However, most people were more used to calling Yi Xian a provincial governor. This was because the provincial governor represented the authority of the over-god of Jiufang. Of course, once they acknowledged Yi Xian, they would directly address Yi Xian as Lord Divine Master. It was just like how the people of Kunlun would directly address Mimu as Lord Divine Master. In fact, in other places, if they had an official position, they would also address the over-god as Lord Divine Master. However, Yi Xian still had a long way to go before he could gain the acknowledgement of the 60,000 territories of Jiufang. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have died without a doubt. Yi Xian said sincerely. After all, a battlefield was a battlefield. This was a God Realm war, not a small skirmish like Yi Xian's. A single person's strength would appear so weak. Even if you were a god king and had the battle strength to kill tens of thousands of ordinary mystic gods in a single move, you would still be a god king. However, even if you were a god king, the enemy also had god kings. Therefore, if a single god king went out, the enemy could very well have a whole bunch of god kings rushing over. A god realm war wasn't something that could be resolved with just a few high-level combatants. Even a god king like Mimu didn't have the ability to resolve a war by herself. It could even be said that if Mimu really joined the war without the support of her subordinates, she would only be ground to death alive. This was a god realm war. Of course, a battle between experts would still have a huge effect on morale. Thus, one-on-one duels were a common occurrence in God's Domain's wars. For example, at this moment, an enemy from the demon god realm stood out and said loudly to Yi Xian, "Who dares to fight with me?" Obviously, he saw Yi Xian and deliberately came to provoke him. System, detect that person's strength. Ding. System notification, target is a third-grade mid-god king. A third-grade mid-god king. System, detect the experts around me and choose an expert above the third-grade mid-god king realm to come out. Ding. System notification, detecting target. Ding, a suitable target has been detected. After the system notification, Yi Xian immediately looked at that person. Do you dare to fight? Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly asked that person. Why wouldn't I dare? That person stood out and flew forward for a distance. Then, he said to the expert from the demon god realm, I am the city lord of Dongfeng City, Lu Hanshan. A mere demon god dares to challenge me, tell me your name. Humph, puny human, you overestimate yourself. I am the chief of the Sangha tribe, Sangha. Despicable humans, die. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he felt that this kind of one-on-one battle was really boring. However, this was the rule of the God Realm War after all, so he couldn't say anything. Retreat. Make space. An expert from the demon god realm shouted loudly. At the same time, Yi Xian waved his hand. Both sides immediately leaped into the air. Lu Hanshan and Sangha had already started fighting. Cloud movement, cloud separation. Lu Hanshan punched out, and in an instant, he transformed into thousands of people. The sky was densely filled with people, and they attacked Sangha. Just the law of clouds? What can you do to me? Thousand lightning soul lock. In an instant, thousands of divine lightning suddenly appeared, but these divine lightning balls were in the shape of balls and had the ability to judge the soul. Therefore, they directly ignored Lu Hanshan's clones and attacked the real body. Cloud movement, gather. Lu Hanshan gave up on attacking, and suddenly countless clones gathered around him, forming a divine shield. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions sounded. Chapter 2355. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Hanshan was actually being suppressed. However, Yi Xian was not worried at all. Perhaps Sangha's lightning law could suppress Lu Hanshan's cloud law. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, since Yi Xian had sent Lu Hanshan out, he must have his reasons. Through the system, Yi Xian could clearly see the difference in realm between himself and his opponent. Therefore, since Yi Xian had sent Lu Hanshan out, it must be because Lu Hanshan's realm was higher than his opponent's. Apart from Yi Xian, no one else could have such an ability. Once one had the power of the laws, no matter who it was, they would find a way to hide their true cultivation. Therefore, generally speaking, they could only see the approximate realm of each other. For example, Lu Hanshan and Sangha, who were both divine kings, could roughly see that they were both mid-level divine kings. However, it was impossible to tell which realm they were at. This was because neither of them had any special ability to hide their cultivation. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to guess. However, Yi Xian could clearly see the realm of both sides through the system. Therefore, Yi Xian could almost be said to be in an invincible position. For example, Lu Hanshan was actually a mid-level divine king. A fifth level against a third level, 2 levels higher suppression. Even if the nomological attribute was slightly inferior, it was still a great advantage. A powerful explosion sounded, and Lu Hanshan was surrounded by the lightning, and his entire figure disappeared. Mighty! 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 Behind Sangha, a group of demon god soldiers roared and cheered for Sangha's victory. Although Sangha still maintained a defensive posture, he had relaxed a little. At this time, he had a look of disdain as he said proudly to Lu Hanshan, who was surrounded by lightning. Humph, human, die. A huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Sangha's hand as he prepared to attack. Sigh, looks like Lu Hanshan is going to lose this time. It's a pity that the cloud law is not as good as the lightning law. Their mastery of the laws is about the same. It will be difficult for Lu Hanshan to defeat his opponent. Isn't that so? Both of them are mid-level divine kings, but Lu Hanshan's nomological attribute is at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that his nomological attribute was suppressed, he might still have a chance. Yi Xian could hear some of the experts on his side whispering about this. The divine domain war had its own rules. If it was a one-on-one challenge from the very beginning, then during the battle between the two of them, even if one side knew that they would lose, his comrades would not be allowed to interfere. That was the default rule. Otherwise, a single ultimate god could easily slaughter millions of low-level cannon fodders if he were to intervene at will. Even in a god-in-god war, under normal circumstances, there were rules war. After all, a war was translation of war. Of course, that was the default, Com Xian translation was the. However, at this moment, Lu Hanshan, who was completely surrounded by lightning, suddenly spoke out. The power of the lightning law. Not bad. Unfortunately, do you really think that you can suppress me? Boom. A white light appeared and bounced off the countless lightning bolts. At the same time, a domain was quickly formed and wrapped around Sangha. Sangha looked at the scene and said proudly, "Haha, domain power. So what? Could it be that your mere cloud laws want to suppress my lightning laws? Lightning domain, open for me." All of a sudden, Sangha also activated his own domain. It could be said that if he really succeeded in activating it, Lu Hanshuang's cloud domain would definitely be riddled with holes. However, right at this moment, Sangha's expression changed drastically because he suddenly realized that his domain was actually unable to form at all. The cloud law. A mysterious law. What was the cloud? It was illusory. Generally speaking, it seemed that the power of Yun was not very strong. However, if clouds could contain rain, they could also contain thunder and lightning. When the power of the cloud reached a certain level, even the destructive power of lightning could be completely engulfed and contained by the cloud. At this moment, Sangha discovered this strange phenomenon. Although his lightning power was constantly being released, it seemed to be slowed down countless times and put into an endless space. Even though he was releasing his own domain power, it was like water being absorbed by a sponge. It was constantly being absorbed and disintegrated into Lu Hanshuang's cloud law domain. This was a feeling that made Sangha extremely flustered. His opponent did not use any strong power, but any of Sangha's attacks were like punches into thin air, powerless. In the distance, Yi Xian watched this scene quietly. The rest of the powerhouses also watched quietly. The people from the demon divine realm stopped clamoring because they had discovered something unusual. Lu Hanshuang's comrades had regained their confidence because they saw a possibility of victory. In the sky, a bright ball of light was constantly emitting lightning. That was Lu Hanshuang using his own domain to suppress Sangha. The lightning in the ball of light became more and more obvious, so much so that no one could see what was going on. Yi Xian was very confident, so he was not worried at all. Suddenly, the ball of light began to shrink violently. Then, in the blink of an eye, the huge ball of light disappeared and two figures appeared directly in front of everyone. It was Lu Hanshuang and Sangha. Lu Hanshuang had a cold smile on his face, while Sangha's eyes were filled with horror. This can't be real. This is impossible. Sangha repeated this sentence blankly. When he said it for the third time, his entire figure collapsed like quicksand. At the last moment, Lu Hanshuang compressed his domain directly into Sangha's body. He used his own domain power to completely destroy Sangha. Even his soul was destroyed. Great! Yi Xian clapped his hands and said softly. In an instant, the crowd behind Yi Xian burst into enthusiastic cheers. Well done, Lu Hanshuang is just like him. Ha, damn foreign tribes, how is it? Is there anyone else who wants to die? Go back to your homes. The Kunlun Divine Realm is not a place you can come and go as you please. When the people from the Demon Divine Realm heard the clamor from the Kunlun Divine Realm, their expressions changed drastically. All of a sudden, a figure rushed out. Chapter 2356. Yi Xian couldn't figure out what this guy's true form was. However, Yi Xian didn't need to figure it out. In Yi Xian's heart, no matter what he wasn't worth paying attention to. System, detect this person's cultivation. Ding. System notification, target, 8th grade Mid-Divine King. 8th grade Mid-Divine King. Is he trying to crush Lu Hanshan? Sure enough, when Yi Xian was checking the person's cultivation, the person said to Lu Hanshan, do you dare to fight with me? Lu Hanshan was about to speak when Yi Xian's voice sounded, come back. Lu Hanshan's body stiffened. It was a humiliation to retreat when the enemy challenged him. He didn't want to retreat, but he didn't dare to disobey the orders of the provincial governor. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, my lord, I am willing to fight to the death. Yi Xian looked at this guy. From his words, he could tell that he knew that he wasn't a match for the enemy. However, he didn't want to lose face, so he didn't want to retreat. Alright, the enemy is despicable and shameless. He wants to kill you by taking turns. However, I have other plans for you. So, you don't have to rush to your death. Alright, retreat. Yi Xian's words were very clever. Even if he left Lu Hanshan in front of him, it was also a reward for him. Lu Hanshan couldn't say no. At this moment, many people were looking at Lu Hanshan with envious gazes. The provincial governor had said that he would have other arrangements for him. One had to know that this provincial governor had come from nowhere. How could the various forces in the 9 directions 60,000 territories not know about this? However, the provincial governor brought 10,000 divine palace guards with him. This proved that the divine master valued him highly. In other words, as long as he hugged the provincial governor's thigh, it would be hard for him not to prosper. At this time, everyone was nervously waiting for Yi Xian to send them to fight. Suddenly, Yi Xian pointed at an old man, do you dare to fight? I am willing to serve the regional commander. The old man was extremely excited, as if he had instantly become a few thousand years younger. His face actually glowed. It's actually him. Someone muttered softly. It turned out that the old man's original sect was almost completely destroyed because of a mystic realm exploration. At this time, he didn't even have more than 100 disciples. Strictly speaking, he was already considered a cripple. But who would have thought that the provincial governor would take a fancy to him? In an instant, countless people were extremely envious. The old man naturally knew that this was a rare opportunity. He had already decided that even if he had to die, he would take down the enemy. Of course, Yi Xian had only chosen him because he was coincidentally a 9th grade mid-tier divine realm cultivator. He had no other intentions. Re-1R the battle erupted once again, but this time, the duration of the battle was unexpectedly short. It was only one move, but the result was already decided. As soon as the old man came out, his whole body suddenly emitted a strong flame. Then, he roared, divine power, heavenly fire annihilation. This guy had actually used all his strength in the first move. This move, heavenly fire annihilation, was to condense all the nomological power on his fist, using this one punch to decide the outcome. It could be said that the old man only had this one chance to attack, because if this punch didn't take down the enemy, he was equivalent to waiting for death. However, the person opposite him was actually a guy who used ice element nomological laws. Then, from the beginning, he was destined to be a tragedy. With a punch, the sky changed color. The entire sky seemed to be completely dyed red, and a huge fireball exploded from the old man's hand. Although the enemy immediately put up a defense, and even released his strongest defense, it was still useless. Numerous ice shields appeared in an instant. There were tens of thousands of ice shields, and each ice shield was like a mirror. Moreover, That person could pass through these ice shields at will. With this move, even if he had to exhaust himself, he could exhaust countless opponents to death, and even fight above his level. Unfortunately, he had met Yi Xian, who could see through everything, Yi Xian. Therefore, when the tens of thousands of ice shields appeared, they were surrounded by countless flames, and almost all of them melted at the same time. One punch, just one punch, and the old man had killed his enemy. Even he couldn't believe such a result. Humph, human race official, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Along with this voice, countless Yao gods quickly opened up a path. A young man walked out from among them. Greetings, Your Highness. Your Highness is eternal. Clearly, this Yao god's status was extraordinary. From the moment he appeared, even the people in the demon god realm in this area were extremely respectful. Your Highness. Could it be the prince of the demon god realm? Yi Xian frowned slightly, a little puzzled. However, since this guy had come to challenge him, then Yi Xian had to take a good look. System, give me a deep scan of this person. I want to know his true identity and strength. Ding. System notification. Scanning data, analyzing character. Ding. System notification. Target specified, Demon God Clan's 8 Heavenly Kings, 7th son of Heavenly King Kuan-Peng, 7th Prince of Kuan-Peng. 2nd grade Lower Godly King. 2nd grade Lower Godly King. Yi Xian smirked. Was this guy looking for death? Did he really think that just because Yi Xian was a peak godly monarch, he couldn't do anything to a godly king? He was Yi Xian, the one and only Yi Xian. Even if his strength was higher, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid, let alone a mere 2nd grade godly king. The son of a heavenly king. Did that mean that he was even higher than Yi Xian? However, since he was looking for death, then Yi Xian would fulfill his wish. Suddenly, the system notification rang again. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Had a powerful innate divine ability? However, so what? Even so, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. Yi Xian now had 5 eternal points, which gave Yi Xian the confidence to speak. With 5 eternal points, as long as his opponent didn't surpass the godly king realm, Yi Xian would be invincible. Don't forget, the eternal domain of the eternal bloodline. 5 eternal points was just enough to use the eternal domain. His strength would increase by 100 times in an instant. Not only his realm, but also Yi Xian's strength, agility, mastery of laws, and everything else. As long as he used the eternal domain, his strength would increase by 100 times. This was enough for Yi Xian to ignore any godly king realm, godly monarch realm. Chapter 2357. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, you want to challenge me? Yi Xian asked calmly. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, yes, it's you. You and I are the supreme commanders of this battlefield. Let's fight to determine the outcome of this war. If I win, you hand over the divine talisman race, and I win. Then, we'll take a step back. What do you think? So they want to decide the outcome of this battle? However, why do these guys want the divine talisman race so badly? What kind of secret is the divine talisman race hiding? Alright, I agree. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. Let's fight one-on-one. Yi Xian replied calmly. Regional Governor, please reconsider. Sir, you mustn't. That's right, sir. The enemy is a divine king, and he's from the special Kuan-Peng race. Sir, please reconsider. Many people were worried when they heard that Yi Xian had actually agreed to the challenge. No matter what, they were all Yi Xian's subordinates now. If Yi Xian were to die in battle, they would definitely be severely punished. In fact, almost all of the people by Yi Xian's side would be exterminated. The Kunlun divine domain had a clear rule. If an official like the regional governor died, the people around him would be exterminated for failing to protect him. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry. Yi Xian waved his hand and said calmly, "It's fine. I don't care about a mere Kuan Peng." The experts were extremely anxious. Even though Yi Xian had already said so, they were still afraid that something might happen. However, they had no right to refuse Yi Xian's order. Disobeying Yi Xian's order was also a serious crime. In an instant, the experts on the human side were extremely worried. On the other hand, the people from the demon god domain were all delighted. This human race official is really stupid. He actually wants to fight with the seventh prince. The seventh prince has the Kuan Peng body, he can erupt with the battle strength of a mid-divine king. I think this human race official is courting death. Isn't that so? Can't you see that this human race official is still very young? However, if we can kill him, I'm sure we'll be rewarded greatly. Ha, the seventh prince is mighty. In the blink of an eye, the morale of the demon god realm was completely restored. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Of course, he could hear the discussions around him. However, so what if he was the Kuan Peng or the seventh prince? He was Yi Xian. Could it be that he was afraid of a mere seventh prince? Yi Xian moved and appeared in the center of the battlefield. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such guts. Don't worry, I'll spare your life because I suddenly feel that capturing you alive might be more useful. The seventh prince said with a smile. Is that so? That's exactly what I was thinking. If I capture you alive, I might be able to exchange it for some good stuff. As he said this, Wei Zhintian transformed into the Godslayer. The two Godslayer swords hovered around Yi Xian, ready to charge out at any time. Ha, human race brat, you're really arrogant. Suddenly, the seventh prince waved his hand, creating countless phantoms that attacked Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He summoned the thousand beasts sword servants and the deity flower sword servants and charged forward as well. However, what happened next was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Before Yi Xian could use the thousand beasts feast, the phantoms suddenly rushed into the bodies of the thousand beasts sword servants, the deity flower sword servants, and the deity flower sword servants. Although the seventh prince couldn't control them because they were all summoned by Yi Xian, he still caused the thousand beasts sword attendants and the others to instantly lose their ability to move. Kuan Peng transformation, divine soul devour. Someone exclaimed in shock. This was a special ability of the Kuan Peng race. They used the phantoms to devour the enemy's divine soul. Although it did not really destroy the enemy, it could imprison the enemy's divine soul and then control the enemy's physical body. What's going on? Why can't these puppets be controlled? The seventh prince was slightly astonished. He had always been able to control the soul, but he had failed. Facing the thousand beast sword attendants, although he could control the soul, he could not control the physical body. This was something that he had never encountered before. Even so, it was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Yi Xian already knew that he couldn't underestimate this seventh prince the first time they'd fought. Otherwise, Yi Xian would probably suffer a huge loss this time. Wei Zhintian, attack! Yi Xian waved his hand, and Wei Zhintian controlled the two Godslayer swords to charge forward. At this moment, the power of the Godslayer swords finally exploded. The special attribute of the Godslayer swords was that when facing the demon gods and other mutated tribes, it would definitely be a critical hit. Under Wei Zhintian's control, the two Godslayer swords always attacked the seventh prince from tricky angles. Although this could not play a decisive role, it was definitely a good support for Yi Xian's actions. At this moment, Yi Xian was going to use the special ability of the Wings of Gods, Fury of the Gods. System, check the power of the Wings of Gods that I have now. I want to use the Fury of the Gods. Yi Xian stared at the seventh prince. He wanted to see how the seventh prince would handle the Fury of the Gods. Ding! System notification, the host currently has 131% of the Wings of God's power. The host can use 31% of the Fury of the God's power, 31% of the power. That was enough. Yi Xian suddenly stood still, but his hands abruptly clasped together. The seventh prince was slightly surprised that his move had failed. He suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said arrogantly, "Kid, you're not bad. You can actually break my Kuan Peng's first change. Let's see how you defend against the next move." Kuan Peng's 3 change, Heaven's Stealing. Suddenly, the seventh prince did not even have time to use his special ability. A vast and mighty aura suddenly burst forth. With Yi Xian as the center, the powerful aura continuously spread out. Yi Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. "Go to hell. Damn you. Fury of the gods." Following Yi Xian's roar, the entire battlefield froze in an instant. This was because at this moment, waves of powerful aura were emitted from the heavens and the earth. Mysterious Dharma figures kept appearing one after another. No one knew who these people were, but everyone knew that they were not ordinary people. What are these? Could it be a fragment of his soul? Who the hell are these people? Regardless of whether they were from the Kunlun god domain or the demon god domain, at this moment, all of their attention was focused on Yi Xian. This was because countless Dharma figures kept appearing and disappearing. Moreover, most of them were rushing towards Yi Xian. These countless Dharma figures filled the entire sky, but their final destination was to become the ball of light in Yi Xian's hand. Chapter 2358. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Your Highness, be careful, a person from the demon god's domain shouted. However, his reminder wouldn't be of any help to the seventh prince's current situation. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with shock. Even without anyone's reminder, he could already see how powerful the ball of light in Yi Xian's hand was. Kuan Peng's 18 changes. Kuan Peng's true form. Suddenly, the seventh prince's body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a super-divine beast that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. This was the seventh prince's true form, the Kuan Peng divine beast. However, this Kuan Peng was different from the real Kuan Peng. First of all, it was not as big as the real Kuan Peng. Secondly, there were countless black light screens around it, and many black balls were circling around it. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. There were even many imprisoned souls that were constantly struggling around his body in an attempt to escape. Go to hell. Fury of the gods. Finally, the light ball in Yi Xian's hand was completed. Then, Yi Xian opened his hands and a pillar of light appeared. This pillar of light expanded continuously. At first, it was less than a meter thick. However, it grew to 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The entire sky seemed to be covered by this pillar of light. The soul-stirring power caused countless people to tremble incessantly. What kind of power was this? Was this really a power that a mere divine Lord Realm fellow could possess? Perhaps even a superior divine king would not be able to do this. Re-1R. The most important thing was the range of this attack. This was a powerful attack that covered half the sky. The powerful beings of the Kunlun god domain could not help but take a few steps back. If they were to stay within that light, they would feel as though they were about to be melted away. This was an extremely mystical feeling. It was as though everything from their flesh to their godheads were being melted away. This strong discomfort forced them to retreat again and again. And this was only the feeling they felt. Then, as the core of the attack, how uncomfortable would the seventh prince be? After revealing his true form, the seventh prince's strength had undoubtedly skyrocketed. However, in the face of Yi Xian's fury of the gods, he could only barely resist. He couldn't even protect his entire body. Around the seventh prince, countless shields of law quickly condensed and then disappeared. They were actually melted by the powerful attack of the wrath of the gods. The seventh prince continued to wail in agony as the air around his body continued to evaporate. His huge body was actually shrinking at this moment. The wrath of the gods was so strong that once the seventh prince's defense failed, it would immediately take away a part of his body. Is this the fusion law? It wasn't just the spectators who were confused. Even Yi Xian couldn't understand why the wrath of the gods' attack would melt the enemy. Fortunately, the system gave Yi Xian an answer. Ding! System notification: every time the wrath of the gods attacks, it will produce a random attribute. This is because the wrath of the gods is a combination of the power of countless powerful ancient gods. The system notification let Yi Xian know why the fury of the gods was like this. It turned out that this mystique was a random mystique to begin with. The damage it could cause was fixed, but the way it caused the damage was random. Just like what was happening now, it was actually using the melting method to wear down the enemy. The seventh prince was still persisting in using defensive means. Even though the shields of law would disappear soon after they appeared, the seventh prince had no choice but to continue. After all, once he gave up, he would be melted very quickly. His huge body, which was originally hundreds of thousands of miles long, kept shrinking like a fat man trying to lose weight. The 90,000 characters in his body were constantly being melted away. However, the ninth prince had the Kunpeng body after all. Therefore, the damage was evenly distributed to various parts of his body, resulting in the current situation. Damn it, human, I want you dead. I will definitely make you die a horrible death. The extreme pain almost made the seventh prince lose his mind. After all, this powerful melting was simply causing him extreme pain. Ding! Warning! 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 An unknown change has been detected. Host, please be careful. The system notification suddenly sounded out, causing Yi Xian to frown. An unknown great change. What unknown change? What was the seventh prince trying to do? At this moment, the seventh prince's body was condensing at an extremely fast speed, and the nomological aura around him was becoming stronger and stronger. Kunpeng 62 transformations, ultimate body, 62 transformations. The seventh prince has actually cultivated the Kunpeng transformation to the 62 transformations. Legend has it that the ultimate body can condense a special physique that can ignore all nomological attacks. It seems to be called the eternal body. This physique can completely nullify all nomological powers. Could it be that the legends are true? In ancient times, there really was such a physique that could ignore nomological powers? The people of the demon god domain were boiling with excitement. Even in the history of the demon god domain, there weren't many Kunpeng clansmen who had successfully cultivated the Kunpeng 62 transformations. But now, their seventh prince had actually succeeded. This undoubtedly showed how talented the seventh prince was. However, upon hearing this, the first person to be stunned was Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian now had the eternal bloodline. Eternal bloodline, eternal body. No matter what, this made Yi Xian think of many things. Could it be that the final result of the Kunpeng 62 transformations was to become a bloodline like Yi Xian's? However, although Yi Xian's eternal bloodline had the special ability to swallow all nomological powers, it did not have the special ability to ignore nomological attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian actually did not have much of an effect on reducing nomological attacks. But why was the seventh prince's eternal body able to ignore nomological powers? Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. However, there was no other way. At this moment, Yi Xian's wrath of the gods' attack was about to end. Hence, he could only look helplessly at the seventh prince. Human, you deserve to die. I will definitely kill you. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with rage. It turned out that although he had resisted Yi Xian's attack, he had actually paid a heavy price. It turned out that he could only use the 60 transformations at most. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to successfully cultivate the 62 transformations. However, it was definitely not now. However, being forced by Yi Feng, the seventh prince could only use a secret technique and activate the 62 transformations in advance. Chapter 2359. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, endless fantasy translation. In other words, the seventh prince would forever remain at the level of the 62 transformations if he did not encounter any special opportunities. Of course, Yi Xian did not know this. Even if Yi Xian knew, he would not care. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had no choice but to be cautious. Even the wrath of the gods couldn't defeat this guy. Wasn't this guy too strong? The battle between Yi Xian and the seventh prince had long since surpassed everyone's understanding. One had to know that in the eyes of the crowd, these two people were merely a battle between a peak divine lord and a low-level divine king. However, the power that erupted from them was simply incomparably shocking. The first two battles were between divine kings. However, compared to the battle between Yi Xian and the seventh prince, these two battles were insignificant. It was only now that the experts from the 9 directions and 60,000 domains finally understood why the divine master thought so highly of Yi Xian and even made him a provincial governor. This was because Yi Xian was a genius, a monstrous genius that was hard to find in 10,000 years. Even a high-level divine king expert could not arouse suspicion. If he encountered Yi Xian, he would not be able to defeat him. Of course, they did not know that Yi Xian had paid a heavy price for this outburst. The divine wing's energy had been completely depleted this time. It would be a long time before they could be used again. Next, Yi Xian had to consider how to continue the battle. Eternal points were too difficult to obtain. Yi Xian could not bear to use them. It seems that I can only use divine talismans and restrictions. I hope these will have some effect on him. Yi Xian said in his heart. At the same time, he ordered the system to start refining restrictions and divine talismans. This time, Yi Xian only had one request. The greater the power, the better. The stronger the attack, the better. However, even if the system were to refine the restriction, it would still take time. Therefore, Yi Xian could only rely on himself to buy as much time as possible. Human. I want you dead. I want you dead. At this time, the seventh prince had already sunk into extreme anger. His body was now condensed to a mere dozen meters in size. After all, he was from the Kuan-Pen clan. What the rock race was most proud of was their enormous size. And now, the seventh prince was only a dozen meters tall. If he was placed in the race, even a newborn baby would be a dozen times bigger than him. How could he accept this? More importantly, he would never have the chance to grow in size in the future because he had already forcefully used the 62 transformations. Die! Suddenly, the 70,000 character mouth spat out a huge beam of light. Unlike Yi Xian's fury of the gods, Yi Xian's attack was constantly spreading out, while the seventh prince's attack was condensed and didn't dissipate. Boom! The attack was extremely fast. Yi Xian didn't even have the time to use it before he was hit directly. In mid-air, Yi Xian's blood sprayed like rain as he was blasted into the ground. Boom! A huge crater with a radius of 1,000 miles and a depth of 100 meters appeared. This attack left many people on tenterhooks. This was because many people were wondering if Yi Xian would be killed by this attack. However, a figure quickly soared into the sky again. That figure was a bloody mess. At this time, he didn't look like a person at all. He was just a lump of flesh. It was obvious how strong the seventh prince's attack was. However, people didn't even have time to be surprised by Yi Xian's wretched state before they were shocked by Yi Xian's terrifying recovery ability. When Yi Xian flew up, he was still a lump of flesh. However, when he stood in front of the seventh prince again, he had already recovered to his original state. It was as if he hadn't been injured at all. The eternal body's recovery ability was no joke. At the very least, external injuries couldn't be seen at all. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't completely unaffected. In fact, he was still greatly affected. However, these were all internal injuries that couldn't be seen. Damn you, human! Go to hell! Boom! Another pillar of light, one that was even more powerful than the previous one, struck Yi Xian once again. Yi Xian was extremely vexed. In fact, he had already noticed it. However, the seventh prince's attack was too fast. By the time Yi Xian realized it, he had already been hit. This speed was faster than Yi Xian's spiritual will reaction speed. Boom! In a radius of 10,000 miles, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless rocks flew and countless mountains collapsed. Some of the true immortal realm and mystic god realm ordinary disciples who were too close to Yi Xian's landing were actually killed by the aftershock of Yi Xian's landing. Walala! Countless canyons were left behind on the ground. There was even magma that spewed out. Everyone's attention was focused on where Yi Xian had landed. Whether it was those from the Kunlun divine domain or those from the demon divine domain, they were all extremely shocked. They didn't know what the outcome would be. This time, would Yi Xian fly out like the previous time? Or could it be that this time, Yi Xian would be directly defeated? Quick, look! What's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. Following that, everyone saw another bloody figure shoot up into the sky. Moreover, just like the previous time, his body was rapidly recovering. How was this possible? Everyone from the demon divine domain was extremely shocked. Every one of them had the ability to recover. However, this was like Yi Xian's strong recovery ability. They had never even seen it before, much less possessed it. How could he have such strong recovery ability? He was simply a monster. And the one who was most shocked was the seventh prince. Only he knew the power of his own attack best. Although it looked like two simple light beam attacks, they were, in fact, the Kunpeng tribe's innate attack technique. They were so strong that they could kill enemies above their level. But now, he was facing someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Furthermore, he didn't use any defensive treasures or mystiques. He was actually able to withstand it with just his physical body. Was this mystique really the Kunpeng tribe's strongest attack mystique? Why did it give off such a weak feeling? The seventh prince couldn't help but start to doubt his own life and his own tribe. Why aren't you dead yet? This is impossible. I'll definitely kill you. The seventh prince saw Yi Xian standing in front of him again and shouted furiously. He was about to launch another attack. At this time, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. You damned brat, how dare you make me feel so much pain? It seems like there's no need for me to keep you alive. I was going to keep you alive in exchange for some resources from the demon divine domain, but it seems like there's no need for that. This time, I'll kill you with my own hands and devour your body. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Wei Zhentian moved again, but this was just the beginning. Six-syllable mantra, compound. It was the six-syllable mantra, compound word mantra. The mystique that required countless resources to use. Re-1R. Chapter 2360. Of course, Yi Xian had the right to use it now. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD on the battlefield, be it those from the demon god domain or the Kunlun god domain, it was impossible for them to bring much resources with them. But Yi Xian had devoured millions of corpses and obtained countless Qian Kun rings. He could still scrape together enough resources to use a mirror image mystique. In an instant, an identical seventh prince appeared on the battlefield. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what trick Yi Xian had used to summon another seventh prince. Clearly, it was summoned by Yi Xian. Kill him. At Yi Xian's command, the mirror image charged towards the seventh prince. But was this the end? No, how could that be? How could Yi Xian only have so few tricks up his sleeve? Was Yi Xian really unprepared after being injured by this guy twice? Was he really going to take the beating for nothing? No, of course not. Yi Xian's goal from the start was to buy time for the system to create seals and talismans. And now, it was time to reap the rewards. Yi Xian waved his hand, and countless seals and talismans appeared beside Yi Xian. Then, they charged towards the seventh prince. Seal Talisman Formation. Yes. It was a special formation made of seals and talismans. A trick that normal people would not even dare to think about. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as though the sky had been lit up. A circular formation trapped the seventh prince. The periphery of the formation was a super defense made of countless seals, while the interior of the formation was a super attack made of countless talismans. Of course, it was not just an attack, but also a support technique. It could provide support to the mirror image summoned by the 6 syllables mantra. At the same time, it could weaken the real seventh prince's attributes. This was the terrifying talisman seal formation. A super existence that only Yi Xian dared to use casually. After doing all this, Yi Xian pulled out his rule bow. This seal talisman seal formation could attack from the outside, but the inside could not do anything to the outside. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to let the seventh prince have a taste of what it meant to be hurt. Rule of Devouring Arrow. Yi Xian did not hold back. This time, he did not have to worry about accidentally injuring anyone. After all, there was only one enemy in the seal talisman formation, and that was the seventh prince. Therefore, no matter what attack Yi Xian used, there would be no accidental injuries. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying swords, the seventh prince's weakness. Mirror image could withstand all of seventh prince's attacks, and could even counter-attack with attack. Therefore, the seventh prince was in a hopeless situation. It was not a predicament, but a hopeless situation. The mirror image suddenly slammed into the seventh prince's huge body. You're not afraid of the power of laws, right? Then, are you afraid of physical attacks? Before the seventh prince could react, he found Wei Zhentian and launched a surprise attack without hesitation. With a swoosh, the sword left a bloody wound on the seventh prince's body. The sharpness of the god-slaying swords was enough to injure the seventh prince. At the same time, Yi Xian's devouring arrow flew out. Although the seventh prince would not be hurt by the rule of devouring, the new gravity of the devouring arrow was enough to affect him. And this effect was to immobilize him. The seventh prince continued to roar in anger and struggle. Unfortunately, this was a battle in the divine dominion. This was a one-on-one battle. This was a one-on-one battle between the commanders of 2 armies. Therefore, no one dared to step forward to help. Tens of millions of people from both sides watched the battle between Yi Xian and the seventh prince in silence. No, this was no longer a battle, but a humiliation. Yi Xian was coming up with ways to humiliate the seventh prince. At this moment, the seventh prince was completely defenseless against Yi Xian's multiple attacks. Didn't you have a good time hitting me just now? Come on, continue hitting me. Where's your light beam? Come on, attack me. Yi Xian shot another arrow, trapping the seventh prince in place. 2 god-slaying swords quickly left 2 bloody wounds on his body. Then, another divine talisman exploded beside the seventh prince, propelling his body forward. In front of him, the mirror image was already waiting. When it saw the seventh prince approaching, it whipped its tail. Human, go to hell. The seventh prince condensed another pillar of light and directly attacked in Yi Xian's direction. However, this attention was blocked by the restriction talisman array. Then, it kept bouncing back in the array. In the end, it actually returned to the seventh prince. The seventh prince had no choice but to stop his attack because his attack was basically hitting himself. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he watched the seventh prince struggle. So, this guy only had this little trick up his sleeve. Then, he could go die. Wei Zhentian, kill him for me. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared. At the same time, he shot out several arrows. Each arrow was infused with the divine talisman law of support divine talismans. Sharp. Critical hit. Strengthen. Penetrate. Break. Several divine talismans were infused into the 2 god-slaying swords. Then, the 2 god-slaying swords charged forward. Pft. 4 holes appeared on the 7th prince's body. One writ turned out that the 2 swords had pierced through the 7th prince's body. However, this was just the beginning. Under Yi Xian's command, Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 god-slaying swords and shuttled back and forth, leaving holes in the 70,000-word figure's body. In an instant, the 7th prince's body was covered in blood. The mirror image was not idle either. It kept attacking, biting, and whipping its tail. All of them were physical attacks. Do you think you can do anything to me like this? No, I am the great Kunpeng tribe. You can't do anything to me. The 7th prince was covered in blood, but he was still shouting. Following the 7th prince's words, countless halos appeared around him. These halos were like the support divine talismans that Yi Xian had used. They could enhance all kinds of support statuses. Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that the only way to deal with this guy was to use the Eternal Zone? Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding! Ancient Demon God's blessing detected. Ding! System notification, the host's purple blood ability has been activated. Ding! Purple blood is the blood of the ancient demon god. The host can use the purple blood to break any ancient demon god's blessing. At the same time, the host can use special methods to enhance himself with the purple blood. Chapter 2361. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation wasn't the purple blood that Yi Xian had obtained from the mysterious lake? Besides the purple blood, Yi Xian also had the golden blood. Of course, Yi Xian had only found one way to use the purple blood. But even so, it was enough. Since he knew that the purple blood could break the ancient Fey god's blessing, what was Yi Xian waiting for? System, use the purple blood to break that guy's blessing. Ding! System notification, host has successfully used the purple blood special ability. In an instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and 3 drops of purple blood flew directly towards the 7th prince. Present, super devouring system. Countless doubts lingered in Yi Xian's heart. However, Yi Xian had no way of answering these questions, because Yi Xian himself didn't know what was going on. Re-1R-S sir. What should we do next? Finally, a powerhouse reacted and asked Yi Xian. In everyone's eyes, the reason why they were able to defeat the enemy this time was because of this Divine Lord Region Commander. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yi Xian because of his low cultivation level. Chapter 2362. This was a scene that these people would never forget for the rest of their lives. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Not to mention the people of the Jiufang 60,000 territories, even the high and mighty Divine Palace Imperial Guards looked at Yi Xian in a different light. At the beginning, people were only respectful to Yi Xian because he was the Jiufang provincial governor and a law enforcer of the Divine Territory. But now, people had started to acknowledge Yi Xian's strength. Those endless methods, those incomparably powerful methods, caused people to be unable to help but wonder how strong Yi Xian's combat strength was. Some people said that Yi Xian had the fighting strength of a mid-level divine king, while others said that Yi Xian could defeat a high-level divine king. However, people were very clear that Yi Xian was only a peak high-level divine lord. Strange methods, strange magical treasures, and strange abilities. Yi Xian was filled with endless mysteries. Yi Xian looked at the battlefield and with a wave of his hand, he devoured all the high-level corpses that he could. Cleaning up the battlefield was the full strength of the victor. Yi Xian was no longer alone, so he couldn't take all the corpses for himself. After all, these corpses were actually a fortune in the eyes of the various factions. Alright, leave some people to clean up the battlefield. The rest of you, return to your positions and wait for my call. Yi Xian said casually. Yes, Lord Provincial Governor. My lord, although the Tianhua Divine Sect isn't considered a big sect, we occupy a good location. Why don't you set up the palace in the Tianhua Divine Sect? The Tianhua Divine Sect is willing to contribute to the sect. If they didn't flatter him now, when would they? Lu Hanshan didn't hesitate and stepped forward. Re-1R, yes, my lord, you need a provincial governor palace now. With the start of the Divine Territory War, there will be more and more battles in the future. Moreover, it's very likely that the Divine Master will let the provincial governor personally lead people into the Master God battlefield. The Lin family is willing to contribute resources to build a provincial governor palace for my lord. Another person stood out to show his loyalty. Yi Xian actually knew why they were doing this. Because Yi Xian now had power in his hands. Once his regional commander palace was built, it was inevitable that he would need to select a large number of officials. These people were all eagerly looking at Yi Xian, hoping that he would be given an official position. Within the military strength system, the soldiers that were produced possessed the strength of laws. In other words, the lowest level was at the low first-grade Divine Lord realm. As for producing low-level first-grade Divine Lord soldiers, each day, the military force subsystem could only produce 100. Of course, they could also use resources to exchange for them. 100 low-level first-grade Divine Lord realm soldiers seemed to be quite a bit. But this was the Divine Realm's war stage. What use could 100 soldiers have? Perhaps before becoming a law envoy of the realm of the gods, if Yi Xian knew that he could summon 100 incomparably loyal divine lords as his subordinates in a single day, he probably would have been incomparably happy. Unfortunately, their statuses were different, so their horizons were naturally different. Chapter 2363. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Ding. System notification, please take note, host. The military subsystem can be upgraded using conviction points and other special methods. The system notification said. Upgrade conviction points. However, Yi Xian did not even bother to check. He knew that the amount of conviction points required would be terrifying. However, since he could use conviction points to upgrade the military subsystem, he could also use conviction points to exchange for soldiers. In that case, this could be considered as a way to urge Yi Xian to complete the mission of rebuilding conviction points. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Of course, Yi Xian had never relaxed. He had always been serious about completing the mission. Since he could not count on the military subsystem, Yi Xian might as well set up the sect first. Yi Xian had obtained a sect card. Now was the time to set up the sect. After all, Yi Xian had wanted to use this sect as his temporary provincial commander palace from the start. 2614. http://www.banfushing.com/read/14311/6907938. HTML. If the chapter display is incomplete, please wait a few seconds or refresh. Chapter 2364. Hearing this, Yi Xian asked curiously, what conditions? Qi Song looked into the distance and slowly said, do not let the White Dragon Palace obtain it. Although he didn't understand why, Yi Xian replied solemnly, this junior will definitely complete it. Alright. Qi Song nodded in satisfaction and continued, as far as I know, the White Dragon Palace has recently refined something called the Purification Pool. It can purify the World Annihilation Dragon scales and allow them to be absorbed by the White Dragons. I estimate that the current strength of the White Dragon Palace has already surpassed that of our Four Directions Pavilion and the Thousand Mountains sect. Just now, Chen Xian died at the hands of the Wind, Thunder, Rain, and Lightning generals. When the news reaches the White Dragon Palace, they will definitely take action. Then what should we do? Yi Xian frowned. Although the Four Directions Pavilion and the remnants of the Black Dragon sect are not as strong as the White Dragon Palace, they are not to be trifled with. After Qi Song finished speaking, he called someone over and had him arrange a residence for Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian stayed in the Four Directions Pavilion. Indeed, within a few days, the people from the White Dragon Palace came looking for him. Qi Song, come out. An explosive shout resounded in the sky above the Four Directions Pavilion. Chapter 2365. That's exactly what I was thinking. Qi Song nodded and said, However, the White Dragon Palace still has an old fellow, Cui Ming. He is the alliance leader of the Dragon Slaying Alliance. I wonder if he has broken through to the 4th rank of saint. A 4th rank saint was one realm higher than him. Coupled with the physique of a demon cultivator, even with the 10,000 beast diagram, Qi Song might not be able to defeat the other party. Then, why don't we wait for a while? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Right now, he was at the true sovereign realm. As long as he broke through again, a 4th rank saint would not be a problem. Alright, I also need to organize some people. Qi Song nodded. However, now that the White Dragon Palace's palace master was dead, the White Dragon Palace's life jade pendant shattered. The White Dragon Palace would probably make a big move next. Yi Xian didn't care about that and continued to cultivate. During this time, people from the 4 pavilions would occasionally come to report on the situation of the White Dragon Palace. What people could not understand was that the White Dragon Palace's palace master had died, but the White Dragon Palace did not come looking for them. It was very strange that they were calm and peaceful. Could it be that they were afraid that there were experts in the 4 pavilions, or that the old man was in seclusion and no one was in charge? Ding, host has broken through. Current level, 6th grade True Sovereign. Ding, Ghost Lord Yan Ming, World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven Breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current level, 1st grade Half-Step True Emperor. More than 10 days later, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon finally broke through to Half-Step True Emperor. Right now, if Yi Xian were to fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon and go all out, his strength should have already reached the saint level, right? If that was the case, he could go to the White Dragon Palace alone to provoke them. The Hall Master of the White Dragon Palace has been dead for so long, but the White Dragon Palace still hasn't made any moves. Why don't we take the initiative to attack, Yi Xian thought. If he were to join forces with the 4 pavilions, then the spoils would have to be divided among the 4 pavilions, so he might as well act alone. Let's go. Without saying anything further, Yi Xian directly tore through the void and left. Long ago, Old Shu had already left the 4 pavilions, and Yi Xian had also left before locating them in the void. Now, he had directly left the 4 pavilions, and he was even under the protection of so many people. White Dragon Palace, I'm coming. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the last wishes of the Supreme Dragon Soul. Destroy the White Dragon Palace. After a few teleportations in the city, Yi Xian finally arrived at the territory of the White Dragon Palace. Fortunately, he had the highest grade pearl of concealment in his body. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the White Dragon Palace. Flowing light invisibility cloak. Yi Xian concealed himself and headed towards the White Dragon Palace. After a while, he stood outside the White Dragon Palace and felt the powerful auras inside. This White Dragon Palace was much stronger than the Black Dragon sect. Even though they had lost a Hall Master and 4 first-grade saints, they were still as powerful as ever. Today, I'll give you an appetizer. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He directly merged together and charged in. The appearance of this aura immediately alarmed the experts in the White Dragon Palace. Yi Xian's target was also these saint-level experts. He didn't wait for them to react before opening his mouth. World Annihilation Roar. Boom! The power of this attack wasn't any weaker than Qi Song's Wind Lightning Claw. With just a single strike, it pierced through the heart of a saint from the White Dragon Hall. Die! Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. This wasn't the end. Immortal Slaughter Puppet. Immortal Extinguishing Arrow. Yi Xian's continuous summoning instantly increased his strength by quite a bit. At the same time, the experts from the White Dragon Palace also charged out. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's current strength wasn't weak. He could even fight against a 3rd-grade saint, let alone them. World Annihilation Roar. Yi Xian didn't care about them and continued to attack. One by one, the corpses of the saints fell from the sky. Impudent. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out. This aura caused Yi Xian's heart to palpitate. Rank 4 Saint. The old fellow from the White Dragon Hall had come out. Today is the day that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon is about to unleash its world-destroying might. I'll use you guys as an example. Yi Xian glared and directly used the assassination eye to flash to the center of the White Dragon Hall. Then, World Annihilation Divine Might. Boom! A dazzling black light bloomed, and nearly half of the White Dragon Hall was instantly enveloped. Although the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's current cultivation level was low, it had so many enhancements, as well as the state of slaughter. The power this time was probably no weaker than what the Black Destruction Dragon had unleashed in the past. Boom! In the blink of an eye, countless people in the White Dragon Hall were blasted into smithereens, and a huge hole appeared in the entire White Dragon Hall. Not only that, but even quite a few saints had died. Almost all the first-rank saints that got close were annihilated, and the second-rank saints suffered heavy casualties. However, the old hall master of the White Dragon Hall, Cui Ming, was completely unharmed. Is this the explosion of the World Annihilation imprint? Cui Ming immediately recognized it. After all, he was the alliance leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance back then. What a guy, he has some strength. Yi Xian noticed him as well and thought to himself. Right now, his priority was to destroy the White Dragon Hall because he didn't lack money. The things in the space were enough for him to break through 10 or 20 times. If he waited until he broke through, he wouldn't be interested in the things in the White Dragon Hall. Old man, let's fight. Yi Xian said to Cui Ming. Junior, you're courting death. Cui Ming was furious. After all, Yi Xian actually dared to charge into the White Dragon Hall and activate the World Extermination imprint. That attack just now had killed over 100,000 White Dragon Hall disciples, including his clan. How could he not take revenge? Swish! Cui Ming immediately charged towards Yi Xian, but he didn't transform into his original body. Yi Xian quickly used the Death Pursuit token to mark Cui Ming, then controlled the Immortal Slaughter Puppet and the Immortal Extinguishing Arrow to greet Cui Ming. At the same time, his original body opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. World Annihilation Roar. The power of the World Annihilation Roar that had fused with the World Annihilation imprint was astonishing. However, with Cui Ming's cultivation and strength, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Purifying Sacred Dragon Light. Facing this attack, Cui Ming punched out, directly colliding with the World Annihilation Roar. Although he hadn't transformed into his original body yet, he could use the holy energy in his body at any time. This strike had actually dispersed the World Annihilation Roar. It wasn't hard to imagine that if his main body had used the purifying Sacred Dragon Light, he would have been able to directly attack Yi Xian. However, Cui Ming was afraid that if he killed Yi Xian in a single strike, wouldn't the World Annihilation imprint be gone? This old fellow is indeed powerful. Even if I use all my firepower, it would still be difficult for me to be his match. I wonder if I can force him to reveal his true body. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. He didn't care too much and directly went forward to meet him. At the same time, he activated a formation. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Chapter 2366. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The attire of the guards of the Deity Palace was not something that anyone could imitate. The guards of the Deity Palace symbolized Misu's authority. And there was not a single person in the Kunlun Divine region who was unaware of this phenomenon. Being a guard of the Deity Palace was not only an honor, but also a symbol of status and authority. No one had ever dared to impersonate a guard of the Deity Palace. After all, they were the guards of the Deity Palace. The crime of impersonating them was not as simple as being executed and exterminated. Furthermore, it was impossible to impersonate them. Every guard of the Deity Palace had their own identity badge and unique set of treasures. When the 100 guards of the Deity Palace appeared, the people of the Lu family were all stunned. These people were not people that the Lu family could afford to offend. Even a single guard of the deity palace had the power to exterminate the Lu family thousands of times. Not to mention, there were 100 of them. With the guards of the deity palace as his followers, Yi Xian's identity was obvious. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. The provincial governor. The provincial governor of the 9 directions, 60,000 territories. This was a man with unparalleled authority even in the Kunlun divine domain. Yet, he had appeared in such a small place. The young master of the Lu family was completely scared out of his wits. He kept kowtowing on the ground. As for the guards around him, they didn't even have the heart to resist. At this point, they couldn't even decide how they were going to die, let alone talk about anything else. Resist? A mere Lu family rebelling against the provincial governor? Wasn't that a joke? Lord Provincial Governor, please spare my life. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare this lowly one. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. It's all his fault. Yes, it's him. It's all Lu Laoer's fault. This lowly one really did not know anything. The young master wanted to push the blame to Lu Laoer in hopes of living. Unfortunately, Lu Laoer was already scared out of his wits. He didn't look like the mastermind at all. Yi Xian didn't even bother to deal with these people. He directly said to a guard of the divine palace, "I'll leave the matter here to you." Attacking a military commander and disobeying a military order, I'm sure you know what to do. But I don't want to make a big deal out of this, so I'll leave it to you. Yes, sir. The guard of the divine palace answered. To the guards of the divine palace, Yi Xian was actually their only backer. According to the rules set by Mi Yan, once they were assigned to be Yi Xian's personal guards, all future transfers would have to go through Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian was their only superior. Mimi's management of the Kunlun divine realm was based on a system of enfeoffment. For example, Yi Xian was a military commander. Yi Xian himself was completely under Mi Yan's command. Mi Yan had the right to decide anything Yi Xian did. However, Yi Xian's subordinates could disobey Mi Yan's orders. This was because Yi Xian's subordinates only obeyed Yi Xian. Even on the battlefield of the sovereigns, every military commander's troops only obeyed their military commander. No one else had the right to interfere. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to have the guts to disobey Mi Yan. But at least, in terms of rules, Yi Xian's subordinates really only obeyed Yi Xian. Therefore, from the moment these 100 divine palace guards were assigned to Yi Xian, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they could only be loyal to Yi Xian. Even if they used the power of their families to help Yi Xian, it would be normal. Yi Xian didn't care much about small fries like the Lu family. What he cared about now was the destruction of the sect and Go Zheng's father. If he wanted to fully understand the situation in the first secret realm, he would have to find Go Zheng's father. That would be the best choice. Of course, before that, Yi Xian still wanted to take a look at the first secret realm. He wanted to see what the realm of death was. According to Go Zheng, there were special divine beasts in this secret realm. However, Yi Xian didn't know what was so special about these divine beasts. Wait for me outside. I'm going to take a look at the first secret realm. Yi Xian turned around and ordered the divine palace guards. Lord Military Commander, let us follow you. After all, the realm of death is filled with endless dangers. With us around, we can help you if you encounter any danger. A divine palace guard stepped forward and said respectfully to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He knew that the divine palace guard meant well. However, in fact, they would be a burden if Yi Xian brought them along. Perhaps if he really encountered some danger, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy. However, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. No need. I know that you mean well. However, don't forget that I'm a restriction master. Therefore, if I encounter any danger, I will naturally retreat immediately. If you follow me, it will be more troublesome. Yi Xian didn't care and directly expressed his doubts. Fortunately, the divine palace guards knew that Yi Xian was telling the truth, so they didn't care about Yi Xian's words. Soon, Yi Xian walked directly into the portal in midair. It was different from ordinary portals. When Yi Xian walked into the portal, he clearly felt a huge pulling force. It even made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, this pulling force lasted for a long time. It only stopped when a dark light appeared in front of Yi Xian's eyes. This was an extremely special world. What appeared in front of Yi Xian was a corridor. However, this corridor was hundreds of miles wide and had a special transformation. Behind Yi Xian, the portal that sent him in floated there quietly. Obviously, this was the only way to leave. Here, Yi Xian's first feeling was a special aura of nomological laws. System, I feel a very special aura of nomological laws. This is something I have never felt before. What's going on? Ding. System notification. Scanning and detecting. Analyzing data. Ding. Analysis complete. Ding. Detected that the host is in a special space, the Middle Ages fault. What did the Middle Ages fault mean? Yi Xian was a little puzzled, so he continued to ask the system, what is the Middle Ages fault? Ding. System notification. The Middle Ages is equivalent to a special transition period after the end of the Ancient Age. It lasts for only 50,000 years. However, because of the Great War in the Ancient Age, the nomological laws of the realm of the gods were in chaos. Therefore, during the Middle Ages, the aura of the nomological laws was rather chaotic. Moreover, the chaos law appeared in large quantities. Chaos law. Although Yi Xian didn't know much about the chaos law, he wasn't unfamiliar with it either. However, the chaos law that the system was talking about now seemed a little different. As expected, just as Yi Xian was puzzled, the system continued to speak. Chapter 2367. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Ding. The primal chaos laws of the Middle Ages is a temporary restoration law of nature created in response to the Middle Ages. It cannot be understood or controlled. Its only use is to adjust and restore other laws. Ding. System notification, please take note that the host is currently in a special space belonging to the Middle Ages that is currently being restored. There will be some special opportunities within. It is recommended that the host explore on his own. 135794. 6810 GGGGGD, explore on his own. But why was there no random mission this time? Every random mission could bring Yi Xian unexpected benefits. However, Yi Xian had discovered this special area from the Middle Ages and had not triggered any random missions. This made Yi Xian feel a little uncomfortable. However, it was not up to Yi Xian to decide whether to issue a random mission. Hence, Yi Xian had no choice but to accept it. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered a Middle Ages secret realm. Furthermore, the system had said that if he explored, he would definitely find some special opportunities. Unfortunately, this secret realm was not completely open. In fact, Yi Xian had only advanced for an hour before he reached the limit. In front of Yi Xian was an incomparably enormous black ball. One could vaguely see through some cracks that the interior of the black ball was actually a floating piece of land. There seemed to be a palace-like existence on the land, but the black ball couldn't pass through at all. This was because it was completely constructed from the primal chaos laws. It was as if the primal chaos laws were protecting or restoring the world within. Apart from that, there were also the divine beasts guarding the area. Yi Xian finally understood why Gozheng had said that the divine beasts here were unique to the first secret realm. This was because the divine beasts here were divine beasts of the primal chaos laws. Divine beasts of the primal chaos laws were much more difficult to deal with than any other divine beasts. These divine beasts could not be killed because they had the aura of the primal chaos laws. However, Most of the primal chaos laws did not contain the aura of the primal chaos laws. Re-1 Ronly Some extremely special primal chaos laws contained divine beasts of the primal chaos laws. For example, the special divine beasts of the law of chaos in front of Yi Xian. Because these law divine beasts were nurtured by the law of chaos of the Middle Ages, they only had one mission, and that was to find possible loopholes in the law of chaos, void cracks, and so on. Then, they would swallow them in one gulp and slowly digest them in their stomach. Their digestion process was actually a process of recovery. The law divine beasts here were all law divine beasts working hard to repair this space. For a moment, Yi Xian was unwilling to continue. This was because he did not want to disturb these law divine beasts who had been working for who knew how many years. Even though these law divine beasts clearly saw Yi Xian, because Yi Xian did not have any law loopholes, they did not pay any attention to Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian walked to their side, they would not even look at Yi Xian. It could be said that these divine beasts were the most adorable divine beasts Yi Xian had encountered since he entered the God realm. Unfortunately, the law of chaos of the Middle Ages could not be controlled, so Yi Xian's forceful devouring was useless. Just as Yi Xian was admiring these divine beasts of the law of primal chaos, a divine sense suddenly shot out from the black ball. Although it was only for a short moment, it was captured by the law of primal chaos and quickly dispersed. However, Yi Xian sensed it. It's actually them. At this moment, Yi Xian was beyond shocked. This was because he had discovered a shocking secret, a possibility that Yi Xian had not even considered. Annihilation's headquarters. Annihilation's headquarters was actually inside that black sphere. Of course, it was not the current headquarters of Annihilation, but the headquarters of the Annihilation organization that had instigated the Great War of the Gods in ancient times. Even though this was just a fragment of Annihilation's headquarters, Yi Xian still felt a sense of horror. What kind of existence was the Annihilation organization? Why? Everything from the ancient times had disappeared, but there was still a fragment of the Annihilation organization's headquarters, and it was actually hiding here. It was no wonder that Annihilation wanted to know the secret of this place. Once they knew the secret of this place, they would probably do everything in their power to enter this place. Although Yi Xian felt that Annihilation did not have the ability to destroy the law of chaos of the Middle Ages, it was better to be safe than sorry. It looked like Yi Xian had no choice this time. He had to build his sect here. Moreover, he had to protect this first mystery realm as a key location. Yi Xian was well aware of the dangers of Annihilation. However, Yi Xian did not expect that he would unwittingly discover the headquarters of the Annihilation organization that had almost destroyed the realm of the gods. Yi Xian knew very well that once he sealed off this place, he would only be met with a frenzied and unorganized attack. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. If he had not discovered it, that would have been a different matter. However, it seemed that the will of the heavens was guiding all of this. Since Yi Xian had discovered this place, he could not just leave it be. Let's go. Let's go. Yi Xian directly turned around and walked out of the first secret realm. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the Annihilation organization had indeed arranged for spies here. In fact, the Annihilation organization had only discovered this first secret realm more than 10 years ago. Moreover, they had only sensed a trace of abnormality. They were not as lucky as Yi Xian. They had actually sensed the explosion of divine consciousness from the black sphere. They had only seen the buildings inside the black sphere and were suspicious. If Annihilation had found out that this was the headquarters of the ancient Annihilation organization, not only would Annihilation from the Kunlun god domain set their sights on this place, but all the Annihilation organizations in the realm of the gods would gather here. The moment Yi Xian came out, he did not hesitate. He immediately ordered the system, this is the place. I want to build my sect here. Use the special order. The special order allowed Yi Xian to quickly build some special buildings. Moreover, the system's products must be of the highest quality. Ding! The host has used the special order. Confirm. Confirm. Following Yi Xian's order, palaces appeared out of thin air. In the sky, mysterious rays of light danced around. As the rays of light continued to condense, palaces rose from the ground. With Yi Xian as the centerline, the sky, the earth, everything was suddenly undergoing a huge change. Even his divine power was rapidly converging towards this spot. Even those outside the Thousand Realms could clearly feel the abnormal fluctuations of divine power. Countless divine powers were actually gathering in one direction. Some of the elites could not help but look in that direction. When they saw the sacred palace guards guarding the surroundings, how could they not know that Yi Xian was building a new palace? It was the provincial commander palace. Chapter 2368. Since that's the case, then I'll do it myself. The voice of the middle-aged man with horns sounded. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. Go ahead and do it. I have the time reversal skill anyway, am I afraid of you? The reason he didn't use it was because he wanted to see what the middle-aged man with horns would say. After all, he might know the origins of the heaven-breaking divine ape. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's expression froze. Two rays of black light flashed and entered Yi Xian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's bodies. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xian heard two system notifications. Ding! The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon has forcefully terminated the contract with the host. Ding! The host has triggered a random quest to re-establish a contract with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. This middle-aged man with horns was actually powerful enough to forcefully remove the contract between Yi Xian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that when Yi Xian heard the notification, he subconsciously glanced back in time. F***ck, I can't use it. This time, it was a tragedy. F***ck, this happened the last time I killed Jiang Tai in the Blood Flame Hall, and now it's happening again. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he cursed the middle-aged man with horns 1,000 times in his heart. If he couldn't use the time reversal skill, then he wouldn't be able to return to the past. This way, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's contract would be forcefully terminated. Before Yi Xian could speak, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon rapidly shrank with a dragon's roar and was put into a bag by the middle-aged man with horns. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had disappeared. What are you doing? Give it back! Yi Xian shouted. Brat, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. I took him away for your own good. Do you know what will happen to you if some people meet it in the future? After the middle-aged man with horns finished coldly snorting, he turned his attention to the heaven-breaking divine ape and said, This little monkey, it's best to be careful when it appears in the future, lest it attracts a fatal disaster. Death calamity, kill your grandma. Yi Xian cursed again. Their ancestors were all palace masters of the 12 Divine Beast Palace, but they were all sealed. The reason I took away the World Annihilation Demon Dragon was to remove the seal on its ancestor. The middle-aged man with horns said. However, this time, he used a sound transmission. Then why did you only take it away? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. That stinky monkey from the Divine Monkey Palace doesn't have a good relationship with me. Why should I help it remove the seal? The middle-aged man with horns snorted, If you want to, go to the Immortal Treasure Mountain yourself. If you can help that stinky monkey escape, you will naturally be able to find me. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared, not even giving Yi Xian a chance to reply. F***ck. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cursed. He remembered the names of the middle-aged man's words. 12 Divine Beast Palace, Immortal Treasure Mountain, Divine Monkey Palace, Demon Dragon Palace. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. When the middle-aged man with horns appeared, he suppressed everyone, causing them to be unable to move. Now that he'd left and taken away the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, with Yi Xian's current strength, he probably couldn't even defeat a first-grade saint. One had to know that the current Yi Xian was unable to use the time reversal skill. If his clone died, it would be miserable. However, when Yi Xian turned his head in shock, he discovered that Cui Ming had already died. Not only that, the disciples of the White Dragon Hall were all the same. They all died from the pressure. Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver because he knew that if he didn't have the relationship between the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon and the Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape, he probably would have died as well. You have horns, right? When I find you, I'll definitely tear off those horns of yours. Yi Xian gritted his teeth as he spoke. Originally, he'd relied on the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon to possess such strength. Now that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's contract had been forcefully terminated, Yi Xian was unable to fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, causing his strength to greatly decrease. Right now, he was a 7th-grade True Sovereign, while Old Shu and the Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape were 2nd-grade half-step True Emperors. At their current strength, they were at most at the True Emperor level. They probably couldn't even defeat a half-saint. What a dog! Yi Xian cursed in his heart once again. Fortunately, the bull-horned middle-aged man still had a death hunt on him. With this death warrant, it was still possible for Yi Xian to track down the bull-horned middle-aged man. However, strength was still the key. After all, that bull-horned middle-aged man was definitely stronger than a great sage. Whatever, damn it, I'll go back and go into seclusion. Yi Xian coldly snorted. After cleaning up the battlefield, he directly left the White Dragon Hall. The most important thing now was to break through and then investigate. Very quickly, Yi Xian returned to the Four Directions Pavilion and told Qi Song what had happened. Then, he asked Qi Song to help investigate the matter of the 12 Divine Beasts Palace. Could it be that the 12 Divine Beasts Palace is the 12 Zodiac? Mouse, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig? When he returned to his residence, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. The Demon Dragon Palace and the Divine Monkey Palace corresponded to a dragon and a monkey, and the bull-horned middle-aged man seemed to be a cow. Thinking about it this way, it really was possible. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Yi Xian raised his brows and directly began to cultivate in seclusion. Ding, host has broken through. Current rank 1 half-step True Emperor. Ding, Ghost Lord Yan Ming, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current rank 5 half-step True Emperor. Somewhere in the Four Directions Pavilion, Yi Xian opened his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the notification in his mind. In fact, his seclusion this time didn't have much effect. He was completely resting with his eyes closed. However, Luo Luo and Blackhorn relied on the large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures and the 1,000-year planting space to directly break through to the half-saint stage. Top-grade dragon scales were already useless to Yi Xian, but they were still useful to Blackhorn. At this moment, Blackhorn had actually transformed from a single-horned black python into a devouring black dragon. After his transformation, his devouring ability and combat strength had greatly increased. Unfortunately, he was a Zuyuist that signed a master-servant contract with Yi Xian, so he couldn't be considered Yi Xian's possession. He could only be considered a fighter. The strength of Luo Luo and Blackhorn has already surpassed that of Old Shu and Patian. However, now that I have those undead creatures, their strength is still not weak. No, I don't have the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon anymore. I can't control those undead creatures at all, Yi Xian frowned as he thought to himself. At this moment, someone suddenly landed outside his courtyard and sent a sound transmission. Yi Xian, I have a beautiful eye for the matter you asked me to investigate. The one who came was the Four Pavilions Pavilion Master, Qi Song. Previously, because the Thousand Mountains Sect's team was annihilated by Yi Xian, the Thousand Mountains Sect was a group of dragons without a leader. Regarding this, Qi Song was extremely grateful to Yi Xian. Any clues? Yi Xian immediately opened the door and asked after hearing Qi Song's words. You asked me to send people to inquire about the 12 Divine Beasts Palace, the Demon Dragon Palace, the Divine Monkey Palace, and so on. However, someone has heard of a power called the Divine Monkey Palace. Qi Song replied. Chapter 2369. However, even if Yi Xian knew about this, what could he do? What could he do? After all, these factions had sent their troops according to the rules. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Furthermore, Yi Xian couldn't possibly force them to send more troops. Before the regional envoy court meeting was held, Yi Xian first sought out Kun Buyu and the others. After all, there were very few people Yi Xian could trust at the moment. As for the sect masters and leaders of the large factions, Yi Xian knew very well that although these people obeyed him on the surface, it was unknown how much they knew about him on the inside. Perhaps the only thing Yi Xian could count on now was the military force distribution system. Ever since Yi Xian had obtained the military force distribution system, he had been accumulating manpower. Although the manpower that could be exchanged from the devouring space was limited, at least it could provide Yi Xian with a lot of support in the early stages. At the moment, Yi Xian could already summon 1,000 first-grade superior divine lord soldiers. It could be said that this was a relatively strong force, but it wouldn't be of much use in the battle of the Masters of Gods. Although using faith points to exchange for soldiers could solve this urgent situation, Yi Xian wouldn't do so. First of all, he didn't have that many faith points at the moment, and the amount of faith points needed to exchange for soldiers would be astronomical. Rather than exchange for soldiers, it would be better to keep the military force distribution system. So how should he solve his current predicament? Kun Buyu looked at Yi Xian in disgust. He had always thought that he was a genius, but compared to Yi Xian, he felt so powerless. Yi Xian's cultivation speed had exceeded Kun Buyu's expectations. It could be said that Kun Buyu couldn't compare to him at all. And now, Yi Xian's status was many times more respected than his. Kun Buyu simply couldn't compare to him in any way. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian actually treated him as a friend. That's how it is. I have a huge headache right now. I have no idea how to deal with my loss in the over-god battlefield. Yi Xian briefly explained the situation to Kun Buyu and Fian. Although Yi Xian didn't expect them to be able to help, at least one more person could think of countermeasures. But just as he finished speaking, he heard Flying Smoke reply, "Could it be that young master has forgotten your other identity?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. Another identity? What are you talking about? Fian faintly smiled and directly said to Yi Xian, "Why does young master think this little girl has always followed young master?" For a moment, Yi Xian couldn't answer at all. Thinking about it carefully, although Fian was indeed a slave bought by Yi Xian in the beginning, with Fian's ability and identity, how could she not abandon Yi Xian just because of this? In fact, even Fian becoming Yi Xian's slave was arranged by Fian. Or was it because of Yi Xian's space-devouring Feiyu? Of course, this wasn't impossible. But if it was for Feiyu, there was no need for Fian to go to such an extent. Thinking of Feiyu, Yi Xian suddenly thought of Feiyu's other identity. In fact, Feiyu could be considered one of Yi Xian's senior brothers. He also inherited the inheritance of the God Emperor, but inexplicably died. Could it be because of this reason? Suddenly, Yi Xian looked at Fian. It seems that young master has thought it through. That's right, this little girl is also from the ancient era. Ancient era. In an instant, Yi Xian understood everything. He understood why Fian was so obedient to him. Fian was actually from the ancient era's inheritance. This was simply beyond Yi Xian's imagination. It could be said that all of this was something that Yi Xian could never have imagined. Fian was actually from the ancient era's inheritance. Then, for such a long time, wasn't Yi Xian kept in the dark? Yi Xian frowned. However, Fian continued to explain, "Young master, don't be angry. In fact, strictly speaking, I'm not considered to be from the ancient era's inheritance. I only joined the ancient era's inheritance for some reason. Moreover, this little girl approached young master without any ill intentions." Yes, you don't have any ill intentions. After all, you're from the ancient era's inheritance. How could you have any ill intentions towards me? However, this feeling of being deceived really made Yi Xian uncomfortable. Young master, please listen to this little girl. From the moment this little girl discovered young master, I knew that young master might have fallen into some kind of danger. In fact, this Kunlun God domain is not as perfect as young master imagines. It can be said that any inheritance of the ancient era's inheritance will be secretly removed in the Kunlun God domain. This little girl has secretly investigated before. The one who did all this is not God Lord Mimu, but someone else. However, that person seems to have a power that surpasses God Lord Mimu's in the Kunlun God domain. It's as if he's a huge mastermind behind the scenes. From the moment this little girl discovered young master, I knew that young master seemed to have been targeted by that mysterious power. That's why I hid my identity and came to young master's side. In fact, if it weren't for this matter, this little girl definitely wouldn't have revealed my identity. Fian's tone was very calm, as if she was just telling a story. However, the more Yi Xian listened, the more alarmed he became. Fian's words reminded Yi Xian of his own doubts. Back then, that mysterious old man had suddenly brought Yi Xian to the Kunlun God domain, making it impossible for Yi Xian to continue investigating the ancient era's inheritance. This had already aroused Yi Xian's suspicions. However, Mimu had always been good to Yi Xian. In addition, there was nothing worthy of Yi Xian's suspicions after that, so Yi Xian relaxed for a moment. But now that he heard Fian's words, Yi Xian realized that perhaps he was just being careless. Yi Xian's initial guess was not wrong at all. His appearance here was not a coincidence. Someone wanted to prevent him from coming into contact with the ancient era's inheritance. As for what the reason was, Yi Xian did not know. He couldn't even be sure if it was really that old man. After all, if it was that old man, why would Mimu, as that old man's disciple, take care of Yi Xian so much? It could be said that with Yi Xian's current status, even if he obtained the ancient era's inheritance, would not be much better. Moreover, Yi Xian's status could continue to rise. If it was that old man, then why did Mimu do that? Could it be that Mimu and that old man were not in cahoots? But the two of them were master and disciple after all. In any case, all of this was full of doubts, and it also made Yi Xian unable to figure out what to do. Suddenly, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Because he realized that when Fian was talking to him just now, she had actually used some kind of secret technique. Yi Xian looked at Fian. Fian nodded silently, and Fian's voice rang out again. Chapter 2370. Sir, you may have a lot of questions, but I can't help you. All I can tell you is to be careful. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, since Divine Lord Miyu has given you this chance, I ask that you take full advantage of it. The legacy of an ancient god emperor is not as simple as you imagine it to be. I hope that you can quickly build up your strength before you alert the other factions. There is still a long way to go in the future. Now, I am willing to return to the Dao clan and gather my clansmen to serve you. Don't worry, sir. My clan is not under the enemy's surveillance. The enemy doesn't even know that my clan is an ancient lost clan. Fian finished in one breath. Perhaps she had wanted to tell Yi Xian for a long time, but hadn't found the right opportunity. But this time, she had no choice but to expose herself. After all, Yi Xian was already in trouble. Yi Xian hesitated for a long time, then said, "All right, I believe you." Actually, Yi Xian didn't have anyone worth trusting now. Ever since he came to the Kunlun God domain, Fian had been by Yi Xian's side. If he couldn't trust Fian, then Yi Xian really didn't have anyone he could trust. Perhaps Fian really did hide it from Yi Xian, but so what? Fian didn't do anything bad to Yi Xian. In fact, she had always been extremely loyal. Moreover, from the way Fian used a voice transmission technique to tell Yi Xian, it was obvious that she was afraid of something. If Yi Xian still wanted to be calculative, then Yi Xian was too petty. After receiving Yi Xian's agreement, Fian got up and walked outside, preparing to return to her clan and ask for reinforcements for Yi Xian. Ri 1 rat this time, Kun Buyu walked to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian asked Kun Buyu, what do you think? Do you have any good suggestions? Kun Buyu understood what Yi Xian was asking. He pondered for a moment, then said to Yi Xian, based on the current situation, you have two choices. First, you can issue a conscription order. After all, you are the provincial governor of Jiufang and 60,000 territories. You can just issue a quota and I believe that no one will dare to reject it. Secondly, through the people I brought back, according to your instructions, this time, we brought back a total of 600 Kunlun disciples from our Jiufang 60,000 territories. Moreover, many of them come from powerful families. If you can give them official positions, I believe that their families will be willing to help you. Yi Xian nodded. He understood Kun Buyu's words very well. Was he trying to enforce his regional commander authority? This method might be the simplest, but it was easy to offend people. Although he was the provincial governor, after all, Yi Xian still needed to rely on those big families. If he went overboard, it would be even more difficult for him as the provincial governor. Giving these people official positions was, in fact, an offending thing. Yi Xian's provincial governor palace had just been built, so it did need a large number of officials to supplement it in order to operate normally. However, the need to supplement didn't mean that this method had to be used. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. He said to Kun Buyu, say, if I directly use official positions as a lure to get everyone to work, would it be possible? I will directly link all official positions to military merits. As long as they can obtain enough military merits, I will give them the corresponding official position. Do you think this method will work? Kun Buyu was slightly taken aback. Yi Xian's method was very novel. After all, in the Kunlun divine realm, every position below the regional governor was basically a position that rarely changed in hundreds of thousands of years. Other than Yi Xian, which other regional governor didn't receive the support of the entire region after receiving an order? During every over-god battle, the provincial governor didn't need to do anything. All the factions would send their elites to the battlefield. After all, they were bound to the provincial governor for good or ill. Yes, your method is feasible. However, it seems impossible to create a complete military merit system. After all, there are too many variables in the over-god battle. How can we create a complete military merit system? At least, from what I know, no faction can do this. Moreover, there is no way to calculate military merits. Really? Others couldn't do it, but it didn't mean that Yi Xian couldn't do it. This was because Yi Xian had the system. Yi Xian himself was a master of seals and talismans. Since this method is feasible, then I know what to do. Unexpectedly, the problem that Yi Xian had been worrying about for a long time could be solved in an instant. System, I need to create a complete military merit reward and punishment system in the over-god battle. At the same time, I need to create a suitable monitoring treasure. Can you do that? Ding. System notification, this calculation is too large. A large amount of faith points will be consumed. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Wasn't it just faith points? Yi Xian could afford it. Actually, Yi Xian also understood why the system said that the data was too large. After all, in the over-god battle, there were hundreds of millions of battles. To directly monitor the military merits of every soldier and every general was definitely not a simple task. This was also the reason why the other regional commanders were unable to do so. However, Yi Xian could do it. This was because Yi Xian had his own trump card. Ding. System notification, plan successfully created. Ding. System notification, for the military merit plan, the host needs a large amount of resources, military merit rings. A military merit ring was a special ring that automatically recorded the battle situation of the wearer and gave a comprehensive evaluation. This ring was divided into 9 grades. The first grade was the lowest grade recording ring. After that, the second grade would calculate the military merits of the first grade at a fixed time. It would also supervise the battles of higher grades, and so on. There was only one 9th grade military merit ring. It would automatically integrate with the host's universe ring. As long as the host's subordinates reached the required military merits, the system would automatically announce their official positions. It was that simple. With the system, the military merit system that other provincial governors couldn't do anything about was just a simple matter for Yi Xian. Of course, this time, Yi Xian would have to spend a lot of money. After all, this was a military merit ring that was in the hundreds of millions. With such a large amount, even if the materials used were not very high grade, it would still be a huge expense. Yi Xian directly threw in all the resources that flying smoke brought back. At the same time, Chairman Ye's face equipment pavilion was fully activated. One ring after another was quickly produced. Chapter 2371. I don't care who you are. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he gave the order. In the next moment, Black Horn turned into a streak of black light and pierced through the chest of the little-eyed monkey soldier. Die. 2 second-grade saints had fallen just like that. Good, well done. After they died, Yi Xian couldn't help but praise them before quickly putting away the corpses of the 2 monkey soldiers. Wei Zhentian, soul search. Yi Xian ordered again. After a while. These 2 monkey soldiers are indeed from the Divine Monkey Manor. They were ordered by the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Lord to expand their territory. Yi Xian thought to himself. These 2 monkey soldiers had already plundered a lot of resources from many forces before they met them, so they were quite valuable. However, what attracted Yi Xian's attention was that these 2 monkey soldiers each had a life monkey fur on their bodies. Yi Xian quickly found it, then looked at the 2 life monkey hairs and thought to himself, the aptitude of a monkey soldier that can condense life monkey hairs isn't bad, and this Divine Monkey Palace might be related to the Divine Monkey Palace. The Divine Monkey Palace's palace master is also Potion's ancestor, so giving these 2 life monkey hairs to Patian might have some effect. Then, he tossed the 2 life-saving monkey hairs to Heaven Breaker. Patian received the 2 life monkey hairs and carefully played with them. In the end, what surprised Yi Xian was that the 2 life monkey hairs were refined by Patian and grew on his body. Patian, you've become stronger. Yi Xian raised his brows. Squeak. Patian nodded his head. These 2 life monkey hairs had directly doubled his strength. It was a pity that Potion's cultivation level was too low. Even if he were to double his strength and wear the profound god battle armor, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Luoluo. Not bad, not bad. If I had more life monkey hairs, Patian might be able to be like the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, there was still a fundamental difference between Patian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. That was fusion. Yi Xian could fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, but he could only fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Therefore, no matter how strong Patian was, he couldn't compare to the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. In the future, I will definitely be able to fuse with it. I just don't know how to do it. Could it be that I want a random reward? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He decided not to think about this anymore and continued on his way. From the 2 monkey soldiers, one could tell that the Divine Monkey Mansion's mansion master was extremely ambitious and wholeheartedly wanted to expand his territory. His strength was indeed very strong, but if he did so, it would only arouse the dissatisfaction of the surrounding forces. After all, there were still a few forces around the same strength as the Divine Monkey Mansion. However, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, he needed some life monkey hairs to strengthen the heaven-breaking divine ape. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the heaven-breaking divine ape could actually sense the location of these monkey soldiers. This was another piece of great news for Yi Xian. Previously, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon could sense the aura of the World Annihilation Dragon Scale, but now, the heaven-breaking divine ape could sense the aura of the surrounding monkey soldiers. Relying on Patian, Yi Xian quickly rushed towards the monkey soldiers. These monkey soldiers that were sent out by the Divine Monkey Mansion's mansion master were at least at the saint level. However, with Yi Xian's current situation, it was best to find trouble with the low-level saint-level monkey soldiers. In just a few days, Yi Xian had obtained more than 10 life monkey hairs. As for those monkey soldiers, some were killed, some were suppressed, and some were swallowed by Black Horn, which meant that they were stored in the planting space. Potion's strength began to increase rapidly. The current Yi Xian had no way to investigate the matter of the middle-aged man with bull horns. At this moment, the distance between him and Yi Xian was like a human looking up at the sun. Right now, it was still best to increase his strength. Ding, host has broken through. Current rank, 3rd grade True Emperor. Ding, Ghost Lord Yan Ming, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current rank, 7th grade True Emperor. Right now, Old Shu's strength could no longer keep up. Only the Heaven-breaking Divine Ape could. With its strength, if it were to wear the 3rd grade Profound God battle armor, it would have already reached the half-saint realm. However, there were still 2 generals above it, Luo Luo and Black Horn. If it wanted to surpass them, it still needed a lot of life monkey hairs. The reason why the monkey soldiers of the Divine Monkey Mansion were stronger than human geniuses was because of this life monkey hairs. Moreover, each monkey soldier didn't necessarily have only one. The more life monkey hairs they had, the better their aptitude was. Yi Xian had previously encountered a powerful monkey soldier with 3 life monkey hairs. At that time, he had the 10,000 beast diagram to suppress him, but he was still able to fight Black Horn to a draw. But in the end, he still couldn't defeat Yi Xian and the others and was killed on the spot. At this rate, Potion's strength will be able to catch up to the much higher realms of Luo Luo and Black Horn in a month. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. After all, the heaven-breaking Divine Ape was only a 7th grade True Emperor, while Luo Luo was already a 7th grade half-saint. The difference between the two was an entire realm. However, just as Yi Xian was rushing along, a powerful aura suddenly chased after him. Patian sensed that it was at least a 4th grade saint. If it was before, Yi Xian might have been afraid, but now that Black Horn had broken through to the 8th grade half-saint, as long as a 5th grade saint didn't come, everything would be fine. Very quickly, the monkey soldier arrived in front of Yi Xian. Then, he looked at the miniature Patian and raised his brows. A mere True Emperor actually has more than 10 life monkey hairs. How is this possible? The monkey soldier was terrified. Just now, he was far away, and he suspected that he had sensed wrongly. Now that he had found his way here, he was sure that his senses were correct. He wasn't even a half-saint, yet he was able to condense more than 10 life monkey hairs. His aptitude was truly explosive. My lord, may I know your name? The monkey soldier couldn't help but ask. Name? When Patian, who was standing on Gu Tao's back, heard this, he couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. Just say that your name is Sun Patian. Yi Xian hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Patian. The heaven-breaking Divine Ape originally didn't have a name. At that time, the people of the Dragon Territory called it Little Monkey. Later on, after being tamed by Yi Xian, it was given the name Patian. However, at that time, the middle-aged man had also mentioned the heaven-breaking Divine Ape bloodline, so Yi Xian hurriedly added the word sun. In Yi Xian's memories, whenever a monkey was mentioned, he would think of a classic character. Adding the word sun was very appropriate. Squeak. Patian said. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand these words, but the monkey soldier in front of Patian did. What? His surname is Sun. The 5th grade Saint Monkey Soldier was extremely shocked. Chapter 2372. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Among them, one of them was the leader. He did not participate in the battle, but was responsible for dispatching the troops. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Without exception, all the people leading the team were guards of the Divine Palace. What surprised Yi Xian was that the leader of Yi Xian's side was someone who had followed Yi Xian to defeat the demon race's invasion. At this moment, that person smiled and nodded at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would be the one leading him a while ago, but now, he was the one leading Yi Xian. There was no opening ceremony. When the 10 experts stood in the air, it meant that the battle had officially begun. You, go first. The leader of Yi Xian's side pointed at a person and said. Mu Chen is the first to go. Someone muttered softly, but immediately shut his mouth. This was not a place to talk casually. System, detect the strength of those two people. Yi Xian wouldn't ask too much, but he was able to find out the strength of the two through the system. Ding. Target set, Mu Chen, rank 1 lower divine king. Ding. Target set, MOCU, rank 1 lower divine king. Who would have thought that the two of them were both kings? This battle was going to be interesting. Human brat, tell me your name. I, MOCU, will not kill a nameless person. The names of the people from the demon god domain were very different from those from the Kunlun god domain. Perhaps only the people from the demon god domain would know the meaning of these awkward names. At this moment, MOCU from the demon god domain said proudly to Mu Chen. Unfortunately, Mu Chen did not seem to care about him at all. Mu Chen waved his hand, and immediately, dozens of divine swords appeared beside him. These divine swords circled around Mu Chen, flying up and down. This Mu Chen had mastered the law of the sword. Ri-1R the sword Dao law was a relatively common law. This law was only useful for divine swords. It could effectively enhance the offensive and defensive abilities of divine swords. Moreover, it also had some special functions. Of course, every cultivator of the sword Dao law would have different special abilities. Yi Xian wanted to see what kind of special sword Dao law Mu Chen possessed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a divine sword flew out. It was clearly just a divine sword, but in an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows. 1 into 10,000. A conventional method of using sword Dao laws was nothing special. Mo Chu curled his lips disdainfully and waved his hand. Immediately, 10,000 phantoms of divine beasts appeared in the sky. These phantoms didn't care about anything else and directly charged at the sword phantoms. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Unfortunately, no one on either side would care about such a battle. Suddenly, the 10,000 sword silhouettes that were exploding suddenly split into countless sword silhouettes. Each sword shadow actually split into 5 at the same time. The 5 different colors represented the intangible elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 6 types of laws. Mu Chen had actually mastered 6 types of laws. Moreover, it included an entire set of attribute laws. Yi Xian was slightly moved. Mu Chen could be considered a genius to be able to control 6 types of laws. After the sword phantoms split apart, they were immediately guided by the invisible attribute and erupted with a powerful might. They actually directly resisted the attacks of the mythological beast phantoms. Even after killing the mythological beast phantoms, they didn't suffer any losses. One had to know that Mu Chen had only released 1 divine sword, yet there were already so many changes. It could be said that this was enough to make people raise their eyebrows. If this wasn't the Overgod battle ring, Mu Chen's performance would definitely be exchanged for countless cheers. However, in this place, Mu Chen's performance could only be described as ordinary. Not bad. You actually control 6 types of laws. Looks like I have to use some strength. The corners of Mo Chu's mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in his hand. That ray of light was actually formed by countless divine beasts. What kind of technique was this? Those divine beasts had clearly condensed into a standard military formation. Could it be that Mo Chu had actually summoned divine beasts that had already been trained into an army? Most importantly, those divine beasts were actually able to achieve perfect coordination. In an instant, all the divine beasts and divine sword silhouettes clashed again. Mu Chen waited for a moment. When he saw that his divine sword silhouettes couldn't gain the upper hand, he waved his hand and another divine sword flew out. After this divine sword flew out, it immediately turned into a long dragon and rushed towards the dark divine beast army formation. Boom! The long dragon directly knocked the army formation apart. One had to know that the long dragon was formed by countless divine sword silhouettes. Those divine sword silhouettes each had a powerful attack power. Not bad, not bad. Human, you're quite capable. Then, I'll let you experience my self-created mystique. Self-created mystique. This time, even Yi Xian couldn't remain calm. One had to know that self-created mystique wasn't as simple as just saying one sentence. The current mystiques were basically passed down from ancient times. Even if one could self-create a mystique, it could be said that only people at Mi Yan's level could do it. Regardless of how powerful it was, the fact that this person could self-create a mystique was already enough to prove that he was a genius. In fact, even Yi Xian couldn't self-create a mystique. This was because Yi Xian's mystiques all came from the system. In an instant, even the powerhouses who were acting as judges looked over. Following Mo Chu's words, a faint light emitted from his body. That light didn't seem to be threatening at all, but it gave off an unimaginable pressure. Moreover, this pressure grew stronger and stronger. After a moment, this pressure actually surrounded Mu Chen as if it was solid. Using pressure as a means of attack wasn't a rare thing. However, this person's next move shocked everyone. Pressure self-explosion. Boom! With a loud bang, Mu Chen was blown up until blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Pressure sword form. In an instant, the powerful pressure condensed into a divine sword and pierced through Mu Chen's body. After a moment, Mu Chen fell straight to the ground. There wasn't even a wound on his body. Everyone was flabbergasted, and some were even dumbfounded. Even Yi Xian was a little flustered at this moment. Pressure could self-explode. And it could even transform into a divine sword. What was going on? Not to mention seeing it, almost no one had heard of such a technique. What was pressure? It was nothing more than an aura. It could be said that this thing was completely useless against someone who was stronger than him. Chapter 2373. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, it was this kind of illusory pressure that someone was actually able to turn it into a physical attack. Furthermore, it could be controlled at will. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. This time, even in the Overgods arena, everyone was talking about it. Clearly, even the Overgods arena could not suppress the curiosity of the crowd. The Demon God's domain wins. An elite from the Demon God's domain announced the result. Mu Chen's corpse was also brought back. Mo Chu walked down the arena casually, as if he had done something insignificant. The first battle. Just the first battle was enough to show Yi Xian the cruelty of the Overgods arena. Moreover, Mu Chen wasn't a nobody. From the whispers of the crowd, Yi Xian knew that Mu Chen was probably a famous genius in the Kunlun domain. Who would have thought that he would be defeated so easily? Left with no choice, Yi Xian began to consider his own strength. Eternal points could give Yi Xian a sure win opportunity because the eternal field could definitely allow Yi Xian to crush any opponent. However, this was not a one-off battle. Yi Xian had to consider his conventional strength. It was obviously not feasible to raise his cultivation level now. After all, Yi Xian was representing a first-grade lower divine king. If Yi Xian devoured resources to raise his cultivation level now, he would only be eliminated. In the Overgods arena, it was not allowed to hide one's cultivation level or make a sudden breakthrough. Therefore, what could Yi Xian do? Mystique? Indeed, Yi Xian needed an effective mystique now. System, I want to exchange for mystiques with resources and faith points. Give me a list of the strongest mystiques that I can exchange for now. The system could exchange for items, but Yi Xian had not used it before. Firstly, it was not worth it. Secondly, Yi Xian did not have so many resources in the past. However, it was different now. Yi Xian had accumulated a lot of resources from the devouring space. Moreover, he could exchange for faith points. Ding! According to the host's current resources and faith points, the system will automatically choose 3 mystiques that the host can exchange for at most. What did Yi Xian mean by at most? It meant that he could exchange for mystiques by emptying all his resources and faith points. 3 choices, huh? That was not bad. Alright, I'd like to see what they are. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly checked. Ding! Choice 1, Infinite Critical Strike. Is a supportive mystique. Once it is activated, any attack of the host will have infinite critical strike. However, the higher the critical strike, the higher the chance, the rate. Yi Xian shook his head. This divine ability didn't seem to be of any use to him. One had to know that Yi Xian's attack already had a one-hit kill effect. Although the chances were small, it still existed, not to mention that it was far inferior to this boundless critical strike. Translation. Is translation. Once this ability is used, it can create an absolute ice domain with a radius of 100 miles. Within this domain, even time can be frozen. Absolute Zero seemed like a good choice, but Yi Xian did not choose it immediately. The reason was simple. The range of this mystique was too small. It was only a radius of 100 miles. In such a small range, the enemy would be able to dodge it easily. Could it be that before Yi Xian used this mystique, he would need to discuss with the enemy beforehand so that the enemy would not move recklessly? Therefore, he could only give up on this ability for now. Ding! Choice 3, Inaction Divine Ability. Wu Wei Divine Art, you can use a special divine soul chain to link yourself and the enemy together. After that, any damage suffered by both sides will be shared equally between both sides. What kind of divine ability was this? Yi Xian blinked a few times, unable to react. However, he quickly understood. In this game, it seemed like it was a competition of who could recover faster and who could last longer. If the two of them were linked together, the damage would be shared equally. Even if the enemy could insta-kill Yi Xian, they would not be able to do so. This was because half of the damage would be shared with the enemy. When the time came, it would be a competition of who could recover first. The key was that this mystique was controlled by Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian could choose to buff or cancel it in time. What a shameless mystique! It could be said that this was the most shameless mystique that Yi Xian had ever seen. This mystique was indeed a good choice for tricking others, especially those who were stronger than oneself. In an instant, Yi Xian found it difficult to choose. He did not expect that the 3 choices given to him by the system would be such oddities. Absolute Zero was powerful, but its range was too small. Infinite critical hits could be ignored. However, this inaction divine ability was a double-edged sword. How should Yi Xian choose? Or should he give up on these 3 choices and choose again? However, after some hesitation, Yi Xian finally chose Absolute Zero. Don't forget Yi Xian's spiritual sense control and the 6 syllables of Sanskrit. He even had restrictions and talismans to assist him. Although Absolute Zero had a small range, it was powerful enough. As for Yi Xian, he had many ways to prevent the enemy from reacting when Yi Xian used Absolute Zero. System, I choose Absolute Zero Mystique. Ding! The host has successfully exchanged for Absolute Zero Mystique. All of the host's belief points and resources have been cleared. The belief points and resources that he had saved up for so long were cleared just like that. If Yi Xian could not recoup his investment this time, he would probably suffer a huge loss. However, after Yi Xian obtained Absolute Zero and read its detailed description, he felt slightly relieved. Absolute Zero could be upgraded. After upgrading, the attack range would be even larger. At the very least, this did give Yi Xian some relief. While Yi Xian was exchanging for a divine ability, another battle had already ended. And at this moment, the team leader finally pointed to Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian would be taking the field. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately flew over. Soon, the opponents from the demon god domain also rushed over. System, detect the opponent's strength. Ding. System notification, target is a first-grade general divine king. Was this the title of a general? Yi Xian's 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra could decide life and death with a single word. However, it could only be used against those with lower realms than him. Strictly speaking, the death symbol mantra of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra was already at a higher cultivation level than Yi Xian. Therefore, the death symbol mantra of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra was completely ineffective against him. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have considered so much. He would have just used the 6-syllable mantra and killed whoever he was facing. Unfortunately, although the 6-syllable mantra was powerful, it had many restrictions. Tell me your name, human. That guy from the demon god domain was actually playing the same game with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of paying attention to him. A mere title of a general was nothing to Yi Xian. Chapter 2374. Squeak. What's your name? Padian called out. Sun Lei, a monkey general under the blazing sun sage. The monkey general introduced himself. Yi Xian had once searched the souls of 2 monkey soldiers, so he knew that the divine monkey mansion had 4 great sages and a mansion lord. This blazing sun sage was one of the great sages, so there was no need to talk about his realm. Squeak squeak squeak. Padian continued. This was what Yi Xian wanted him to say. He wanted the monkey general to not tell the higher-ups about him. Otherwise, yes, this subordinate understands. Sun Lei hurriedly nodded. This subordinate is willing to follow my lord. Squeak. Padian nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, Yi Xian's team had another super combat strength. With him around, as long as he didn't encounter a great sage expert, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted. After all, he still had the mystic divine battle armor. However, things weren't that simple. Although Sun Lei said that he wouldn't tell the higher-ups, he felt that Potion's status was too high to let anything happen to him. Thus, he risked the danger of Padian punishing him to secretly send a message to the higher-ups. However, what surprised him was, after the blazing sun sage found out, he informed the mansion lord of the divine monkey mansion about this matter. However, the mansion lord said that there was no such person as Sun Padian. There was no name, nor was there a super genius who could condense dozens of life monkey hairs at the level of a first-grade half-sage. Sun Padian was actually not a member of the divine monkey mansion. Due to Sun Lei's high cultivation level, Yi Xian didn't notice that Sun Lei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He looked at the sky-splitting divine ape in front of him, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, and hesitated. Just now, the blazing sun sage had sent a message to him, asking him to capture the heaven-breaking divine ape and bring it back to the divine monkey mansion. However, what made him hesitate was that Padian had actually broken through to the second-grade half-sage realm at this time. Padian, who was a first-grade half-sage, had killed a 6th-grade sage and could fight head-on against a 7th-grade sage. Even the mansion lord of the divine monkey mansion was shocked by his aptitude. Therefore, Sun Lei wasn't confident that he could capture Padian. Thus, he secretly contacted the 2 monkey generals nearby. Lord Sun, I've found 2 more monkey generals nearby. They're rushing over. At this time, Sun Lei suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully. Squeak. Well done. Heavenbreaker grinned and jumped onto Sun Lei's shoulder. Soon, the 2 monkey generals arrived. Both of them were 7th-grade monkey generals who had condensed more than 15 strands of natal monkey fur. Their strength was comparable to the 8th-grade saints of the Green Rock Pavilion. Greetings, Lord Sun. The 2 monkey generals said respectfully. However, they had already found out about this matter. Therefore, they wanted to get close to Padian first before working together with Sun Lei to capture Padian. Since nothing unexpected had happened before, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and accepted the two of them. While Heavenbreaker was still rejoicing over the fact that he had gained two new generals, Sun Lei and the two new monkey generals suddenly surrounded him. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. He was only in the true emperor realm. Therefore, the three of them didn't care about him at all. What? Padian was shocked. He didn't expect Sun Lei to collude with these two to capture him. No way. In an instant, Padian erupted with a powerful force. However, his strongest move was the heaven-shocking 36 staves. Now that he was being controlled, he couldn't attack. Squeak. "What are you doing?" Padian asked in surprise. When Sun Lei heard this, he replied, "Lord Sun, I'm sorry. The Manor Lord has invited you back." Manor Lord. When Yi Xian and Padian heard this, they understood that the matter had been exposed. How could they possibly know the Manor Lord of the Divine Monkey Manor? It seems like someone secretly reported it. It should be Sun Lei. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He had been fine before, but after Sun Lei arrived, an accident occurred. Of course, it was also possible that someone else had reported it. Sun Lei had also snuck in like the other two. No matter what, the matter had been exposed. Even if Padian was a second-grade half-saint, he wasn't a match for 3 seventh-grade saints, not to mention that he was being restrained now. Although Yi Xian could directly put Padian away and escape, these three monkey generals each had more than 10 life monkey hairs. How could he let them go just like that? Time reversal. Yi Xian had no choice but to use time reversal to return to the day before he met Sun Lei. Today, Monkey King hadn't been chased by the experts of the Green Rock Pavilion, so it was enough for the time reversal skill to cool down. Next, the matter will repeat itself. At that time, I can't let Sun Lei report it. I have to send it into the planting space. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was wondering if Sun Lei already knew about it when he met him. If he didn't know, then it meant that Sun Lei had reported to the Divine Monkey Mansion. At that time, Sun Lei would probably listen to Potion's words. As long as he entered the planting space, Yi Xian would be able to restrain him and lure out the other two monkey generals. Of course, if Sun Lei already knew that Padian was a fake when he met Padian, then he would probably have to fight him directly. No matter what, Yi Xian wanted to give this situation a try first. He wanted to see if Sun Lei already knew that Padian was a fake when he met Padian. Lord Yi Xian, this is bad. The Green Rock Pavilion has organized a large group of people to hunt us down. Monkey King sent another message. Prior to this, Yi Xian had already asked Wei Zhentian to search the souls of all the monkey soldiers in the planting space. These people all obeyed his orders and did not report this matter. Immediately, Yi Xian once again tore through the void and killed all of the pursuers from the Green Rock Pavilion. Then, the 8th grade saint from the Green Rock Pavilion descended and violently beat up Padian. Then, Sun Lei appeared and used the mystic divine armor to instantly kill the 8th grade saint. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. I think you're not bad. Be my follower. Padian said to Sun Lei. Sun Lei's eyes lit up as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate is willing to serve Lord Sun." Squeak squeak squeak. If that's the case, then don't resist. As Padian spoke, a wave of energy enveloped Sun Lei. When Sun Lei saw this, he resisted at first, but he gave up in the end. In the next moment, he appeared in the planting space. Here, even if he was a 7th grade saint, he was at Yi Xian's mercy. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken Monkey King and the others in and started searching their souls one by one. However, he didn't find anything. I didn't find anything. Looks like Sun Lei reported it later. Yi Xian thought to himself. Lord, what is this place? Sun Lei asked curiously.